Hello. Before I start, Nolan, who hopefully most of you know, friend of the channel, he hasn't been on in a very long time. I'm pretty sure he's been on my channel before, though. Maybe not. Anyway, he has a friend. I don't know this friend. I don't know anything about this charity, but Nolan asked me to mention this GoFundMe for his friend. Let me read what Nolan said. This is a GoFundMe page for my friend April. She's a single mom with 2 young kids, and she has a rare form of cancer. The standard treatments haven't been effective, so she's hoping to get a treatment done in Germany. And she's from Canada. So, yeah, there's that, and there's the link there. As far as stuff to talk about, there's a lot of stuff that we could talk about. But honestly, I'm open to whatever people want to talk about. Today is a Wednesday. My little whatchamacallit, my little mini vacation ends on Monday, so catch me while you can. I don't know. Are people listening? There's Andrew. Should I let Andrew on?
How's it been, Jacob?
Good. Are you still working nights?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, huh?
You're still working nights?
It's not gonna change.
It's
not gonna change. Like everyone in my CW class, they're all the night shift people are looking for days. None of them have gotten it. And the day shift people, whether they're working, in a warehouse, prefabbing stuff, or on site, they're getting laid off. So
how can electricians be getting laid off?
Work is work.
But everybody's going all over the place making new data centers, right?
Yeah, but that's more telecom stuff. Data guys and proper electricians, we usually don't interact very much. We'll run the pipe for them, but the rest of it is all them.
Well, if they're building new data centers, then I guess they need somebody running the pipe, no? Okay. What do I know?
What can I say? What can I say?
Kirk got a haircut. Kirk no longer looks like Ringo from the Beatles.
I don't really know what Ringo from the Beatles sounds like. It looks like.
It no longer looks like. He had. I'm pretty sure didn't he have funny hair?
Let's see, Ringo from the Beatles. Ringo Starr. I don't know that his hair was too funny. I mean, when he was on the Beatles, he had the Beatles haircut. Like all the Beatles had the same haircut, didn't they?
I actually don't know. I'm pretty sure John Lennon had that. Didn't he have that parting the hair sideways kind of thing where it's like kind of like this. I don't know. I don't keep up with the Beatles.
Me neither. I recently discovered Open Panel YouTube, and it's very interesting.
What's that mean?
So, like, people live stream and they leave the StreamYard link up, and anybody can come onto the open panel.
Mm.
I went on a few. It was kind of interesting.
Mhm.
Basically, I guess it's a new name for just chatting. I don't know, but yeah,
Huh.
yeah. It's like when I started doing just chatting, that's what it was called. But I guess now people call them open panels. Um, and there's apparently a lot more of them. Like there's a lot of small channels doing stuff like that these days.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean that's understandable. They wanna grow their channel, and a good way to grow your channel is by currying favor with people. And I think people like having the ability to have access to a mic.
It
In
is what
fact,
it is.
last
Yeah.
week we were talking about. I was talking with Father Eric and Mark Lefebvre about your channel. Mark was saying that you used to want to host a 24 hours, 7 days a week type thing going on your channel.
Well, not on my channel. I didn't want it to be my channel. I wanted to help create something that would do that. That was what Randos United was supposed to do, um, and I did my best to launch it. And then eventually, I was like, okay, this is my contribution. Fly, my children, and they all fell there.
I'm skeptical that such a scheme could ever, not scheme in a sinister sense, but I'm skeptical that such a thing could ever work, because the fact is, there comes a point where conversations need to end, and you can only have so much stimulation.
Right. So the point of the 24/7 was actually that people would host it in 3 hour intervals, and you would have different hosts. Um, yeah, and everybody seems to be too individualist for that.
I mean, that's fair, but one thing I would worry about is in such a scheme, would you have like a lot of bad faith actors hopping on? I don't know exactly know.
No more than you do now.
No, because I mean the reason that I think there would probably be more is because there's more opportunities, kind of by definition, if the stream's going on for 24/7 compared to if they're
No,
isolated.
that's not a problem. It wasn't a problem. And on Grail Country, they actually did a 24/7. They did a 24/7. Well, 24/7. They did a 24-hour stream. They went like 36 hours or something. No, it's a matter of having enough hosts and having just cooperation between people and coordination. And people don't like actually coordinating with other people apparently. And several people have started telling me my dog looks like fried chicken. And he kind of does look kind of like fried chicken. Have you noticed?
Mm.
Yeah,
You look like fried chicken, Lucky.
I love dogs.
Me too.
I mean, cats are nice, but I don't know. I've always been more of a dog person. It's just there's just something so warm and fuzzy about a dog that I haven't experienced with cats. I wonder if there's any sort of Kabbalah of like cats versus dog souls or something like that.
If there is, I wouldn't know about it. Although, did you actually listen to our whole thing on animal souls? So yes, there must be.
I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched part of it. It was
Ah,
it was something from one of the if I remember something correctly, one of the Lubavitch rabbis.
yep, the Rebbe Maharash.
Yeah, yeah, I watched part of it. I didn't catch all of it, but I mean, I am interested in the intersection between Judaism and animals.
Well, we didn't have 8 hosts, but the idea was with 3 hour segments. Once you have um, once you have like even 8 hours of content, you can repeat it 3 times a day or something like that. But we could have. I mean, when you consider all the people um, when you consider all the people that were interested way back when, if Paul Vanderklay wanted to make it happen, he could have made it happen. He didn't want to make it happen, so he didn't make it happen.
There's something so, on the one hand, creepy, but on the other hand, enduring about seeing Lucky with his mouth open.
Lucky, why is your mouth open? Look at all these teeth. You could kill someone.
So, how have you been with work and all that? Wait, didn't you say that you moved on to a new job?
No, I said that I have a 2-week vacation.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you're still doing the thing with people who have schizophrenia and drug addiction?
Yep.
Okay. But you said yes?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I hope life's been treating you well with that. I imagine you enjoy the work.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's good to hear. I didn't see all of it, but I saw quite a bit of the Parsha with Rashi on Torah Mishpatim, and I do find Torah Mishpatim interesting. I do have a question about Jewish theology related to it, which is, so in Mishpatim there's a lot of laws, right? And it talks about the death penalty for quite a few of those laws. And I'm curious if there's an Orthodox Jewish position on the death penalty in general.
Yes, we are opposed to it.
Categorically?
Pretty much.
Okay, because like for me, I mean, this is just my personal perspective, is that I'm against the death penalty in almost all cases, but I think for like serial rapists or serial murderers, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so let's pull up Safaria. Lucky, you may have to go find somebody else to bother. That is a possibility. Now, do I try to remember where this Mishnah was, or do I Google it?
Googling it would be more productive.
Quite possibly, but I'm pretty sure it was Makot chapter 2, but we'll see. Sanhedrin. Lucky, could you stop destroying everything? I was wrong. It's Makot 110. I was off by a whole chapter, kind of. Mishnah. Makot 110. No, not Makot 3. First of all, include the Hebrew, please. Thank you. And Makot 1, Makot 9, Makot 10. If are you guys seeing this? You guys are not seeing this.
I cannot see this.
Lucky, could you stop destroying everything? Thank you. Go play with some of your toys, like this one and this one. Good job. Okay. If someone whose judgment was final sentenced to death and ran away but came back to the same Beit Din, we do not reevaluate his old judgment. Anytime that two witnesses came and say, we testify that this person had a judgment passed against him in a certain court, so-and-so were the witnesses, we execute him, the defendant, on his testimony. A Sanhedrin, highest court, charged with deciding cases and appeals that had national significance. It was comprised of 71 scholars who had received the full traditional rabbinic ordination and its decisions fixed Jewish practice for subsequent generations, that would execute somebody once in 7 years would be considered destructive. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says once in 70 years. Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva said, if we were on the Sanhedrin, nobody would have ever been executed. Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel said they too would have increased violence in Israel. Get it?
Yeah, that makes sense. So, death penalty bad?
Death penalty bad, although we do take into consideration the fact that if you do not use the death penalty, you might be causing there to be more murders in the world, and that's also bad.
Okay. So, would you say that my position about only doing it for serial rapists and serial murderers as a deterrent is a reasonable position?
Possibly.
Okay. Possibly a reasonable position is all I expect. I don't expect to be the next, Kant and
Rabbi
figure out
Tarfon?
every drama. Yeah, or Rabbi Tartan.
Aha. Go find something else to chew on, puppy. Yep.
I mean, deterrence, in my view, is one of the aspects of the criminal justice system, which I think gets kind of a bad rap because, like, people talk about how the criminal justice system should be more rehabilitative and how being tough on crime doesn't work. But, like, in reality, to my understanding, being tough on crime, so to speak, does work as long as you acknowledge the purpose of being tough on crime is deterrence, which is if you have a thing that you want to deter, then sort of by definition, the more people you lock up who do it, the more people are less likely to be incentivized to do it. Which is why I guess you might say from like a game theoretic perspective, being tough on crime has benefits and why things like bail reform don't work.
Yeah, I listened to an interview about rather disgusting, a rather disgusting, crime that took place in France, and I was shocked at how low the sentences were. Apparently, because France claims to be focused on rehabilitation, but honestly, it was shocking how, like, this guy only got 20 years in jail, and that was the maximum possible sentence. And for the shocking crimes that he and his some 50 accomplices were involved in the United States, he would have been sentenced to hundreds of years in jail. Not that it mattered. He's 70 years old, and yeah, he's quite likely to die in jail. But yeah, it was. I was quite shocked. Yeah.
I mean,
Not sure we want to discuss that case though.
yeah, we don't have to discuss that case in particular, but the reason I bring it up is just because, I mean, this goes into Thomas Sowell's point about, like, you have conservatives who understand that human nature has to be understood, and liberals, or not even, I mean, I would say it's beyond liberals, I would say leftists, who deny that human nature is a thing and think that we can socially engineer society to be whatever, and that if you just got rid of poverty, then crime would go away, which everything we know about evolutionary psychology says is wrong.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of problems. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, I try to pray about the problems, but I mean, it's the classic. I don't know. I'm pretty sure isn't it from the New Testament? Like, know what things you can change, know what things you can't, and be content with those facts, or something like that.
That is usually referred to as the alcoholic's prayer or the serenity prayer, and it's a good prayer. I'm a fan of it. It's not
Yeah.
the person who composed it, I believe, was a Christian, but it's not specifically from any scripture.
Okay. Yeah. See, if more people pray the Serenity Prayer, perhaps we'd have a more sane world.
I am a fan of the Serenity Prayer, and I tend to introduce it to people often.
Yeah. So, do you want to talk about this week's parsha?
I'm doing that with Ben tomorrow.
Okay. Mind if I introduce some of the ideas in it now?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, to my understanding, it's this week's parsha is Teruma, and this is I mean I haven't read it in a while, but if my memory serves me correctly, isn't this one where they talk about the construction of the Mishkan?
I do not remember, but Truma does make sense. Yes.
Yeah. I guess some key ethical or theological insights would be I've heard that in Orthodox Judaism, in Orthodox Jewish households, the table is considered like a little Mishkan.
Well, kind of. The home is considered like a little Mishkan. The table is considered like a little Mizbeach.
Yeah, that's right. Is the Mizbeach is the altar, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess the ethical or theological insight is to try to make your sort of everyday dwelling a place of holiness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I am answering somebody quite briefly. Feel free to. Here, let's pull up Teruma. Where is Teruma? Truma. Do you remember which thing Truma is in?
It's after Mishpatim. It's in Exodus.
It's in Exodus. Truma. There you go. Truma. Here, I will do English only. I'd say Shittim. I mean, it's interesting to talk about Ruach Shtut, the spirit of folly, and then the cheruvim facing each other. The curtains. More Shittim wood. Yeah, I guess this chapter is all about the Mishkan.
Yeah.
It's hard to discuss the Mishkan too much. I am to finish this text I have to send. You talk.
There's a book that I heard from a Reconstructionist Jewish friend of mine called Everyday Holiness. But I haven't read the book. But I didn't know if you're familiar with that.
No.
Okay, I was told that it was a book about making every sort of day of your surroundings holy but I don't. But I haven't. Like I said, I haven't read the book, so I might have to check it out. Um, there is, I mean, I guess but it does make sense, right? I mean, the whole idea of being the covenant with Israel, to my understanding, is the idea that to be to be a faithful Jew means to bring holiness into the world, right? I guess I guess that could be integrated with the Kabbalistic concept of like isn't there something about the klipot where you're supposed to there the world has fragments of evil and you're supposed to overcome that or something.
Well, Borer is different from, although related to, um, like sanctifying things in the world. Um, yeah, those are two separate concepts. Borer refers to the sparks of holiness that have fallen into the klipot, whereas the concept of sanctifying things really refers to klipat noga, which is the shining husk, which has a capacity to be sanctified.
Okay, so it's like this sparks of light in darkness, basically.
True.
Is horror.
No, borer is is clarification, where you release the sparks of holiness from generally what we would say is the three impure husks. Yeah.
Okay, so it's when you separate the good from the bad, so to speak.
Correct. Yes. Borer is about separating good from bad, and correct.
Yeah, that might explain that Leonard Cohen quote about "there's a crack of light in everything," because I've heard that he was sort of influenced by Judaism, and perhaps he was borrowing from Kabbalah with that quote. In fact, I actually okay now your mic's picking up. Let me mute myself.
What?
I said now I'm hearing some beeping in the background.
Oh no, that was me. That was me. What you call it? I was typing.
Okay.
Don says, I personally knew a few people who put their criminal past behind them and stayed out of prison specifically because they were offered serious vocational training, not making license plates. Yeah, I mean, it's good if prisons are more than colleges for how to be more criminal than you used to be. But at the same time, yeah, this, like, some people need to, need to be better than they are. There used to be a nursing program at San Quentin affiliated with College of Marin. Make sense? Exodus, an excellent Bob Marley song. I wouldn't know. And Colonymous says fragments of light.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess that Leonard Cohen was the Kabbalist after all. Or at least, I mean, obviously joking, not strict Kabbalist, but yeah. More
I'm
religious
sure
than I expected.
I'm sure he was familiar with at least some Kabbalistic ideas.
Yeah. I am so I have been looking a little bit into Kabbalah. The thing is it's really hard for me to determine what exactly is the parameters for a Noahide because I've gotten different opinions from different rabbis, and they all seem to. And I don't mean like, oh well, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi says this and Yoram Reuven says this. I mean like actual like respectable Orthodox rabbis, right?
Yeah.
And like, these different opinions it I understand that there is an idea of like lo bashamayim he, right? These are words of the living God. It's just it is kind of hard for a Noahide to navigate these patterns.
Well, yes, navigate these patterns. So the general rule is that a Noahide should only study Torah if it applies to them. And so generally we would say that mysticism, Kabbalah, etc. don't really apply to Noachides at all. But at the same time, a Noachide is required to know that there is a God in the world and to have certain amount of awe and love of God, etc. These are considered basics. And so, to the degree where a study of, so, for example, Shar Yichud Be'amuna, the section of Tanya which deals with the unity of God and our faith in Him, tends to have a lot of Kabbalistic ideas in it. And so some people would say, well, there's no point in, there's certainly no necessity for a Noahide to study those. At the same time, if a Noahide finds them to be useful and positive in being good people, etc., and keeping the Noahide laws, then there's certainly space to say, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And one thing I will warn people about is too many people seem to want an instruction book for life in total and expect, and frankly, I think I did this myself too much, expect rabbis to always be able to tell you everything you should do in life. And that's not what the Torah is about. The Torah is about offering wisdom and guidance, but ultimately, you have to choose based on how you understand the world, how you are going to live your life. So, yeah, it's that.
I mean, propositional tyranny is, to my understanding, pretty foreign to Judaism.
Yeah, but it's not even just propositional tyranny. I think you could, in a sense, say that there can be procedural tyranny as well, in just having way too many, like, life does not have an instruction manual, and life will not have an instruction manual because life is too complicated for an instruction manual. And going back to note 4 from Halachic Man, as Rabbi Soloveitchik likes to point out, the religious life is intrinsically, he says antinomian, which apparently is a term from, now I'm forgetting who Aaron said it was from, but I think it may have been a Kant. But the idea is that it is tortuous. It is difficult. It is not some easy shelter where you can stop thinking and just escape from reason.
Yeah. I mean, religion is not hedonism. Religion is anti-hedonism.
Correct, but it's also not merely pragmatic, utilitarian thing. It's It's engaging with the world.
Yeah, I mean, utilitarianism taken to its extreme is hedonism, kind of by
Uh,
definition, maximizing pleasure.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, but even if you don't think of utilitarianism in those terms, it can still be wrong. Hey, Paul, is the klipot something anyone thinks about in your average Kabbalah study? Certainly in specifically Christian Kabbalah, it enters into the occult side of things. I mean, what do you mean by average Kabbalah study? That I am not aware of an average Kabbalah study. I'm not even sure what that could possibly mean.
Yeah, I didn't even know Kabbalah study, so to speak, was like a formal thing. I know there's like Talmud study, like Daf Yomi, but
There are definitely so. Chacham Hillel, for example, is the head of a yeshiva in Jerusalem, which is dedicated to the study of the Kabbalah. But in order to get into that yeshiva, you have to at least have completely mastered the Talmud. So
yeah. I do think the Klipot though, just to answer, is this Paul Vanderklay?
what do you mean?
You
No,
said Paul.
yeah, this is Paul, the Egyptian guy.
Oh, okay. No, never mind. Sorry, I was confusing him with Paul Vanderklay. I thought this might have been an alt account. No, but to answer his question, I'm pretty sure Klipot is like a mainstream Kabbalistic conception. I don't think it's like occult or esoteric at all.
Well, Kabbalah is esoteric, but yeah.
Well, I mean, when I say Klipot is not esoteric, I mean it's not esoteric within the framework of Kabbalah. Does that make sense?
No, I have no idea what you're saying.
So it's like, yes, Kabbalah is an esoteric tradition, but it's not, I'm saying Klipot is not like unique to like Christian Kabbalah or Western esotericism. Like it's a kosher concept.
Yeah, correct. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
It comes from, it is a mainstream. I mean, it's a mainstream idea from the Lurianic Kabbalah. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I am curious, just because I'm interested in Jewish history. I did read a book on Jewish history, and or at least a significant part of another book. Well, I read one book on Judaism in general. I read a significant part on Jewish history, although I didn't finish the second book. But I am curious when Lurianic Kabbalah in Jewish history became the predominant type of Kabbalah that was practiced.
That is a good question. I am not. I mean, I have to assume it was during the life of Rabbi Chaim Vital and the students of the Arizal. Because, I mean, the Shulchan Aruch, so Rabbi Karo, Yosef Karo, lived in Tzfat. The thing is, like, not all of, but vast, like, large numbers of very prominent rabbis were living in Tzfat during the life of Rabbi Isaac Luria. He died young, and he was just so widely respected, and his students were so widely respected that it really took, I mean, it became very widely accepted very quickly. And I mean, pretty much, certainly by the time of the Baal Shem Tov, it was widely accepted. I mean, Shabbatai Tzvi was very, very popular, and he accepted the Lurianic Kabbalah. So yeah, I mean, what year was Shabbatai Tzvi? He died in 1676. So certainly by the year 1700, it was almost universally the Lurianic Kabbalah was pretty much accepted all over the place. And Rabbi Isaac Luria died in 1572. So within 100 years of his death, I would say it was pretty much universally accepted.
Yeah. So and okay, so that makes sense. So because to my understanding, before Isaac Luria, there weren't also different schools of Kabbalah. Like there are different rabbis who came up with different traditions, and he was sort of the one to kind of codify Kabbalistic interpretation in a way that was kind of became the gold standard for the Orthodox Jewish community afterwards.
Well, I mean, so he was a student of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Did Rabbi Moshe Cordovero read? Let me see. Did he? Yeah, so he died in 1570, 2 years before Rabbi Luria, Isaac Luria, the Arizal, and the Kabbalah of the Ramak is like the most major type of Kabbalah which we do not follow. And he lived in Tzfat. He was a teacher of the Arizal. So, I don't know. Does that explain things?
Yeah. So, but I guess my question would just be just to clarify that were there different schools other than the Ramak school before Isaac Luria as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. The reason I asked is just because I am interested in learning more about Jewish history. It's just there's so much to learn in this world that
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Henry Abramson's channel has a lot of really good information on Jewish history. Highly recommend his channel.
yeah. I actually recently watched his biography of Heinrich Heine, and he was explaining about how he was he was explaining something called I forgot the exact terminology he used, but basically it was the tension between like assimilation and tradition in German Jewish culture in the Romantic period. I found that really interesting. He really seems to know what he's talking about.
He definitely knows what he's talking about. He does a lot of research for his videos and lecture series. And yeah, he knows his stuff much better than I do. It's been a while since I listened to his videos, but I used to binge them.
Yeah. Do you enjoy do you enjoy learning about Jewish history still?
Sure. I mean, I haven't had as much time. There's stuff I should be doing. Yeah. I used to listen to a lot more videos than I do now. Been more busy lately.
I actually have a friend who's a film historian, and he has over 30,000 films, and he knows a lot about history.
Wow.
Which is it's interesting. I live here in Picayune, in a small town in Mississippi, and my friend Zach. These are just people from chess club. My friend Zach is pursuing his PhD in math. I have a friend who's an engineer, and a friend who's a film historian with more than 30,000 films who knows a lot about history, all in this little town in Mississippi.
Chess clubs tend to gather rather smart people in them.
Yeah.
What is the chess club affiliated with?
It's just a local chess club in Picayune. I mean, if you want to find it online, you can look up Picayune Chess Club. I don't know. I don't know if it's affiliated with like the Chess Federation. I don't think it is. Um, I think it's
Hmm.
just sort of a local thing that we're doing on our own.
Okay, interesting. How'd you find it?
So my mom was telling me like, "Hey, Kirk, you should get a hobby," and I was like, "Okay." And then she said, "Hey, like, here's a chess club," and so once a week, every Monday I go and I have fun. It's fun, right? I And recently a guy Zeke is his name. He's been coming in. So if I ever have a question about physics or philosophy, I can ask him because he knows a lot about physics and some things about philosophy as well.
Nice. We
Yeah.
have Claire in the comments, and we have Nicholas Vincent in his car apparently.
Yeah, me and my friends went to this live jazz place, but they're full. So here I am in the car talking to y'all.
Well, where are your friends?
They got in.
They got in, but you didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't cool enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just on the waiting list.
You're on the waiting list waiting, and they went in without you.
Yeah, I mean they offered to wait with me, and I was like, nah, just go ahead and enjoy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's cool that Kirk, you play chess. I play chess as well.
Yeah. Um, chess isn't chess a bit of a sausage fest? I mean, it's like I think a lot of young men like it. At least that's my experience.
So, how many times have you heard me say male mammals have fat tails?
I actually haven't heard that expression once before in my life, to my memory.
Yeah, what is that supposed to mean?
Male mammals have fat tails. So, you guys know what a bell curve is, right?
Yeah.
And you know what a fat tail on a bell curve is, right?
Yeah, that's like the Pareto principle of like 80% of effects are caused by 20% of causes or something like that.
No.
Okay.
So, let's see if I can find a good image of here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when you have a bell curve, right, you can have the flatness of the curve, right? When you have a fat tail distribution, it means that the curve is more flat, right? So you see the one with the narrow tails, right? It goes up higher towards the center, and the one with a fat tail goes up less high in the center. So, different. You can have a normal distribution with different curvatures, right? How fat the tail is, and with mammals, the case is that with mammals, the males have fat tails, whereas females have thinner tails. So even when the mean doesn't overlap, right? So in this one, the mean overlaps, right? The average is the same. So, but even when the mean does not overlap, what happens is that you still end up with more males in the wrong tail than females. So, for example, with a large enough population of human beings, even though male humans tends to be taller than females, the shortest person in a large population of human beings is going to be male or female?
Male.
Yes. The shortest person, despite the fact males tend to be taller than females, is still going to be male. And when they are not, when the mean doesn't, or the average doesn't overlap, then it gets even more ridiculous, right? So the tallest males, the tallest human beings are almost always going to be males, even with a small population. But you would have to have a very strange situation for there to be for the tallest person in a group of human beings to be a female, right? Because generally with mammals, females bunch up towards the center and males have a much flatter distribution. Okay, so this is referred to by some people, this is at least how I heard it, is male mammals have fat tails. Okay, so when you talk about, for example, chess grandmasters, even though males and females on average play chess about the same, the great chess players and the terrible chess players are all going to be male.
Makes
Why do you-
sense.
Did you have a question, Nicholas?
Yeah, why do you think that is?
So, because males are more expendable in the mammalian population than females are, so you can have greater variation, allow for greater variation, and dispose of the males in the lower in the left tail, and exploit the males on the right tail. So, believe it or not, you have about half as many male ancestors as female ancestors, because a human population is limited by the number of females, not by the number of males. Right? One male can have children with several females, but females, it makes no difference if you have more or fewer males. The number of children a woman can have, right? So you get much greater variation among males, and you end up with a certain percentage of males never actually breeding, while almost all females breed.
But why do you think males like have that higher and lower potential?
Because it's more I mean, from an evolutionary standpoint, because males are more expendable, you can allow for greater variation in males and just get rid of the defective males. You don't need them. So you allow greater variation, you get rid of the defective males, you exploit the above average males, whereas females, right, you need as many of them as you can keep. So less variation makes it less likely that you have defective females. You see the difference?
Yeah, but I feel like in today's society, we're not really like disposing of anyone like that.
That's because we have enforced polygamy, but that's a Judeo-Christian thing. I mean, enforced monogamy, not enforced polygamy. Enforced monogamy. But in many cultures, they've actually, I mean, first of all, female infanticide is one of the dumbest things any culture can engage in.
You know what? Sorry,
Female infanticide.
I don't think I know what that is.
They kill baby girls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So China and India have participated in that, which is really, really stupid. But and various cultures historically have participated in that, which equally is stupid. But yeah, when you have enforced monogamy, then you have fewer expendable males. When you don't have enforced monogamy, which is one of the things that's happening with the unfortunate thing people call the sexual revolution, that's when you end up with expendable males, and that's when you end up with more. Well, in India, for example, there's some 500,000 hijra, which are men who have castrated themselves. In China, there's large numbers of males who can't find mates. And yeah. Ooh, we have a Yoav. מה שלומך?
I've got bad internet today.
Bad internet? Why do you have bad internet today?
Because my supplier is making things better. They're working to improve the system.
Aha. So hopefully you will have better internet soon.
No, I have excellent internet, but then they started working on it. So I cannot go over twice speed over the last hour. So I'm afraid a bit out of touch. I don't know what you were talking about in the last hour.
Most recently, we were talking about the fact that males are expendable.
Oh yeah, definitely. I second that.
Yes, males are expendable.
Just throw them into the.
And I think this is also the views of my employers. As much as I'm allowed to voice them.
So are you actually retiring?
Next year.
Next year.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Then you can become the full-time chief rabbi of North Tel Aviv?
Become full-time whatever you need me to do. I'm not very clear about my role in the system, but it's something that we will have to work out.
Okay. We'll figure it out. I can always put more Yoavs to work.
Yep.
And that is why you end up with lots of men playing chess and fewer women playing chess.
Because the men are expendable? Because of the variance.
Yes, because people in the tails are the types of people who play chess.
Yeah, I sent my two younger boys to learn chess at a young age. It was their main hobby as children, and they participated in some internal competitions. I consider the phenomena.
Hmm. What else are we talking about?
I do kind of want to talk about theoretical physics, but that's very tangential, so I'll keep quiet.
I know
Just
nothing
state,
about. Yeah.
state your, make a statement. See if I can respond to it.
So recently, I was reading a paper by the philosopher of physics Tim Maudlin that says that Einstein's theory of general relativity, getting rid of absolute simultaneity, does not mean that there's not an objective asymmetric error of time, because basically, while facts are relative to your reference frame in general relativity, that doesn't change the fact that there is a sequence of facts.
Yes. I cannot express it as eloquently as you do. But there is this physicist Sabina on YouTube, and she had a short video about the fact that actually there is no difference between future and past, because if you just move away a few light years, suddenly all the times are different, and your current present will arrive there in the future. And when they observe you, you're already in your past. I mean, what they observe is your past, etc. I think this is easy to understand.
Well,
So I would agree there is no time objectively, but I'm only concerned about time subjectively. I don't care about the time, what time it is on another planet.
well, the point of the paper is to say that Sabina is kind of mistaken to interpret general relativity as saying that there is no time, because time is objective within your reference frame. So it's relative, it's not absolute from a universal perspective, but there is a sequence of events which is objective within your reference frame.
Yeah, I think we might be saying the same thing. It's not that Einstein theory is wrong. The mathematics are perfectly correct. It's just that what you really care is about you. And you are a distance 0 light years from yourself, so relativity effects do not matter.
I am very glad that I am less than 1 light year away from myself. That would be very distressing if I was more than 1 light year away from myself.
Einstein, to my understanding, wasn't he pretty raised in Judaism? I could be mistaken. I mean, I know he wasn't like Orthodox, but if my memory serves me correctly, he did believe in some sort of God.
I think he was probably more of a Spinoza-like believer, as far as I know. But I don't actually know that much about Einstein. He was offered to be the first president of Israel, and he turned it down.
Yeah.
Like a good person. He devoted a lot of the end of his life towards world peace. Felt bad for contributing to the atomic bombs.
Well, he famously quoted that saying that God does not play dice. So he had some notion of a creator world in order.
Yeah, I heard a lot of physicists are more likely to believe in God than the liberal arts.
Yeah, that's been a general statistics for a long time. You're more likely to find religious people in physics and STEM in general than you are in humanities, which seems counterintuitive, but really isn't.
I mean, I didn't really grow up religious at all, but like the whole fine tuning argument really made me believe in a creator.
Yeah, I find atheism to be kind of silly. I like the watchmaker argument seems rather obvious to me that if I were to find a watch in the middle of the forest, I would never believe that it was the result of random chance that, you know, this watch suddenly ended up in the middle of the forest. But here's this watch right now here. So what's the difference? And the trees are a lot more complex than this watch is. So, yeah.
I would put it the other way around. If I'm at all interested in knowing the watchmaker, then I better take this watch apart.
Okay. I think we're saying pretty much the same thing.
Max
Yeah, I think
Friedman is
Yoav-
saying that he knows some of these words.
Yeah, I think Yoav is saying that you can know the creator from the.
I'm saying that I'm trying hard to do that.
Yeah.
I'm getting the impression that Claire is not happy.
She's not happy about the time. I mean, it's starting to broadcast 5 a.m. Also not convenient
What
for
time
her.
is it in Lindy? Yeah, it's 4 a.m. I wonder if it's actual Claire or one of her minions who's commenting.
Old people often are awake at 4 a.m.
Are you calling Claire old?
I'm calling myself old.
Ah,
I woke up at 4 a.m. But then the broadcast was not on.
aha.
Uh, I think with enough behavioral reinforcement, Claire, I could be taught some social skills to answer your question. I just need Rabbi Jacob to help me.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that she wants Kirk to go up for a meeting and be silent. I guess we need one silent party in the meeting. Otherwise, who are you talking to?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I think what Claire's getting at is I do have a tendency to make the conversation about me. But the thing is, I think that the types of things that I'm interested in, it's hard for me to, I don't have a good sense of mind, but that's not really my fault. That's my autism's fault. I can train myself to overcome the limitations imposed by my autism, but there's only so much a human being can do.
Kirk, this is the TLC. It's all about us. We are here to know the other people and not to hear about their strange theologies.
Really? You think so?
Oh, well, I think that's the secret of the TLC. You basically you're here to know the people. Their strange theology comes with them.
Uh-huh. I see.
Has any news come out about Iran?
It's still there.
Iran is still there. I am actually somewhat impressed that President Trump seems to have more patience than I gave him credit for. I mean, it's 40 days since the massacres. Ramadan is about to start. And Iran is completely unable to get itself out of the horrible situation that they put themselves in by murdering thousands of people. And it's not quite clear how they're going to get out of this. And frankly, I think the United States standing around with two carrier groups might be the best use of our military right now. But we will find out, I suppose.
Question that a friend of mine raised: how long can an aircraft carrier stay out of port?
Good question. Let's see what Grok says. How often does an aircraft carrier strike group need to return to ports? Strike groups typically return every 6 to 9 months.
Okay, now the second question: when did the carrier that is there leave port?
Good question.
So you see, I have very smart friends.
You do. Well, apparently, I mean it can go as long as 3 years between having to go into ports. Grok is still thinking. Typical deployment is 7 to 12 months. How long until the carrier strike groups positioned around Iran have to return to ports? As of mid-February 2026, the U.S. Navy has one primary aircraft carrier strike group positioned in the region near Iran, the Abraham Lincoln. This group arrived in January. It has been deployed for approximately 2.5 to 3 months so far. Standard deployment targets 7 to 9 months. Extensions are common in crises. 10 months or even 294 days in extreme cases. The Lincoln could potentially remain for several more months, potentially into summer, fall 2026. The Gerald Ford Carrier Strike Group is en route, and reports suggest this dual carrier presence could be temporary for deterrence pressure on Iran, but no fixed return dates are public. There's also the Bush, which is spinning up. Yeah, so I mean, depending on how much rain has there been in Iran? Iran, and how severe is the current drought? So they had above average rain. I don't know. Summer might be when things are the hardest. So we might be into the summer for another 4 or 5 months.
Okay, but that's a hard limit on it. So at least we have a hard limit. Because I don't believe in this extension. You only have to ship food and you have to ship petrol. So we have a hard limit.
I guess. Ich weiß nicht.
Yeah, but the office should watch in awe how you don't depend in anybody's propaganda, neither the Durans nor the CIA, and try to do some critical thinking of your own.
Critical thinking. By the way, Brent, I spoke to my physics friend about your stuff too, and I was supposed to send the stuff over to him, but I haven't had a chance. Agree with Yoav. They can't leave that kind of buildup for months on end. Yeah, that's for sure. But it is what it is.
Said is a nickname for Saint. Do you think we could talk a bit more about like the divinity of the Hebrew scriptures?
Sure. What do you want to talk about the divinity of the Hebrew scriptures?
Just the whole idea of like what makes them divine. Because like I told you, like I believe in the scriptures because of. I know you mentioned John 5, but yeah, just thinking about like what makes them divine.
Well, I mean, first of all, I have to say, I think the Dead Sea Scrolls are themselves a modern day miracle, right? Because obviously it's absolutely miraculous that we have actual manuscripts that have survived over 2,000 years. Which, if you believe in God, I mean, you got to think God must have had a purpose for making this miracle. Right?
Yeah, I don't deny the continuity, but so you believe the continuity points towards its divinity?
Yeah, because God must have wanted this to be preserved.
But what about if other manuscripts and traditions were preserved too?
I don't know that they were. We could ask Rock. Here, let's ask Rock. I think some Egyptian stuff has been preserved. What full works like Isaiah have been preserved for over 2,000 years in their original manuscripts evidence. The book of Isaiah stands out as the primary example of a full, complete ancient work preserved in manuscript form for over 2,000 years. The Great Isaiah Scroll, discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran Cave 1 in 1947, is the oldest known complete copy of the biblical book of Isaiah. It dates to approximately 125 to 100 BCE, over 2,100 years old as of now. This scroll contains all 66 chapters of Isaiah in Hebrew. It is the only biblical scroll from Qumran preserved almost entirely intact. Its text is remarkably close to the later Masoretic text, with only minor variations, mostly spelling or small word differences, demonstrating exceptional textual stability over a millennium or more. Outside the biblical tradition, other biblical books from the Dead Sea Scroll exist in substantial or near complete form. Some Psalm scrolls or certain Pentateuch sections, but none match Isaiah's level of being a single, almost completely intact manuscript of an entire book. Outside the biblical tradition, no other full literary work from antiquity are preserved in their original manuscript evidence, physical copies dating back over 2,000 years, in the same way. Many ancient texts survive only in much later medieval copies. Some very old artifacts exist, such as the Etruscan Gold Book, 660 BCE, a small multi-page gold-bound object, or short inscription tablets, but these are not full-length literary works comparable to Isaiah. Other caches, like the Nag Hammadi codices, 4th century CE Gnostic texts, or Herculaneum scrolls, carbonized in 79 CE, containing philosophical works, are younger than 2,000 years, or not fully intact, readable without advanced tech. The Great Isaiah Scroll is exceptional due to the dry desert conditions of the Qumran caves, which preserved organic materials like parchment exceptionally well. It provides direct evidence that at least one complete biblical book has survived in manuscript form from roughly the 202nd century BCE to today. So apparently it is one of a kind.
I hear you on that. I guess for me, like, yeah, enough of its divinity. Like, I get, like, it's super impressive that it's been preserved so well.
But why has it been able to be preserved for so long?
Because, like Yoav said before, like, the Jews are very meticulous about.
That's not why it happened.
You think it's directly because of God?
I mean, it's because of the weather of the area. Like, yeah, I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls are like the Dead Sea is exceptional in its climate for the capacity to preserve something like this. But that's not like something that Hebrew culture could have, created. I mean, it is itself strange that the Dead Sea is in Israel. Like, Israel has nothing too exceptional about it as a country, other than the fact that it has the Dead Sea, and it's the only place in that area with that until only recently it had 0 hydrocarbons, and now it has some off the coast. But like, there's a joke people tell in Israel. Why did the Jews have to wander 40 years in the desert? Because that's how long it takes to find a land without any oil in that area. It's a little bit of black Jewish humor there. Brent says, but I have to chuckle when Christians pretend that like Dead Sea Scrolls supports their codification, not what you would call a canonical cache. Yeah, I guess.
I have to comment about the word in Hebrew. Jerusalem is Zion,
Mhm.
and the harsh desert is Tzia. So it was called Zion because it is the city overlooking the desert. The connection between Zion and desert is fundamental.
Yeah, and surprising.
Real quick, my phone's up. Might be back on in a couple minutes.
Are you going to be allowed into the jazz club? Oh, did he leave? Okay. I've reduced the Trinity to a Jewish joke. How brilliant is that? Okay. If you say so, Claire.
What joke? Three gods get into a bar?
One God, three opinions? I don't know. New Yoav, what do you want to talk about?
What do I want to talk about?
I don't think Yoav knows what he wants to talk about.
No, I absolutely know that I have no desire to talk about anything in particular at the moment.
I have some subject matters I could throw out, but I don't think they're things that this community would be interested in.
Like what?
Like I was recently watching an interview with the biologist Dennis Noble about biology, where he was saying that certain Aristotelian concepts of causality might be reintroduced into biology because basically it seems as though uh, organisms have top-down causal control over their internal regulation of their organs in a way that sort of materialist reductionism can't account for.
Interesting.
Yes, I want to talk about that, but I don't know. You always approach things from a point too philosophical for me. I know about the ideas of this biologist, but I mean, all I can say is that he shows us that the current theory is lacking. What alternative theory does he suggest?
So, in the interview that I watched with him, he seems to propose a theory of biological relativity, where or the human organism has each level of complexity of the human organism can influence other levels of complexity of the human organism, where the body as a whole can influence organs and vice versa. So it's sort of a feedback loop in that sense.
Yeah, this is basic biology. Everything influences everything. This is why it's so hard to come up with a theory, because it's so complicated.
But see, the reason I was hesitant to say this is because nobody here isn't interested in this. Because
Well, I said I'm
Jacob,
interested.
okay, well, nobody in chat, and I don't think Jacob's interested in this.
I don't know much about it.
Okay, Are you interested in biology?
Yeah, generally.
Okay.
Biology is important.
Yes, I just said I very much like to take the watch apart and examine it piece by piece to study the watchmaker.
Yeah. If you enjoy science, you have if I may throw out a recommendation here, you might enjoy the podcast Theories of Everything with Kurt Jaimungal. Um, he has interesting interviews.
Yes, but he's too prolific. Between him and the TLC, I have no time left in the day.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean, he's too high level for me. I have difficulty like keeping up and understanding all the stuff that he's saying. He's too smart for me.
He's a bit like the TLC because he always bring people, and the people always have interesting ideas.
Mhm.
And it's a long form interview. So you get a bit to see the quality of the person who is voicing the ideas. But too much information.
This is why we need distributed cognition.
I mean, personally, I'd rather have people watch Kurt Jaimungal or this stream rather than listen to the Young Turks or Democracy Now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hopefully, with the defunding of PBS, Democracy Now is not going to be long for this world. If God and God is good.
I guess Yoav, I could ask some questions about art. Because to my understanding, don't you make visual art? Like, do you make you do 3D printing of art?
I make means and instruments enabling new kinds of art. I am not an artist myself. Look up if you're interested in Neri Oxman and 3D printing. The art that she has made is usually was assisted by yours truly.
Mary Oxman. How do you
Neri
spell
with the N.
Oh, Neri.
Yeah.
Found her. Wow, she's pretty.
She was. I don't know. That has been 10 years ago. She was stunningly pretty, and
Yes.
people and male people around my employment here were walking after her like dogs on a leash.
Well, she's married to Ackman now, isn't she? Ackerman? What's his name? Bill Ackman, the billionaire. So this.
Look up her art and look up when she was making bikinis resembling intestines.
When she was making what? Bikinis?
Bikinis in the shape of intestines. Intestines. Okay.
Yes.
That was an instantiation of her art.
Let's see. Bikinis. Intestines. Here we go. Aha.
This doesn't look like a bikini, but it's thereabouts. Oh, here it is.
3D printed structures for interplanetary voyages.
Definitely. And I was enabling that in my scenes.
Aha! I see, said the blind man. Clear as mud. Trying to see if she has any of her work someplace I can actually take a look at it.
I have a deep philosophical color comment to make following that. I had a conversation once with a blind woman,
Uh-huh.
and it was just when I was coming out of diving into the Lake of Galilee.
Uh-huh.
And she asked me, "What color is the Lake of Galilee?" And I said, "It is brown as mud."
Okay.
I said, "Well," she said, "I always heard that the Lake of Galilee is blue." And yes, from far away, but when you dive into it, it's brown as mud.
Uh-huh. Really? I don't remember thinking it was particularly in
People are
English
waiting for you
it's
to show
called
the
the Sea of
pictures of the
Galilee.
bikinis.
What?
People are waiting for you to show the pictures of the bikinis.
I did show the pictures, didn't I?
Yeah, briefly.
What? They want people in the bikinis?
No. That picture that you saw before, that the smaller one. Up, maybe go up a bit.
Go up a bit. This one? Uh-huh.
Yeah. Can you enlarge that one a bit? Yeah.
There we go.
Well, that is the pretty one. I was okay. This is also something. You can also explain, if you want to avoid the nudity, Mexican death masks.
Neri Oxman, Mexican.
And Mexican death masks.
Mexican.
Jumping from sex to death in 1 minute. Okay, this is also something that I have assisted in creating in my scenes.
Uh-huh.
No,
I
the
see.
upper one is the upper one is more representative. The first one, up, this one. Okay. Think of it as a mask that you put on the face of the deceased,
Okay.
and it's supposed to represent his last dying breath.
Uh-huh. I see.
You do. You're very wise if you see it.
I see a little bit. I don't know if I see. I don't know if I'm very wise.
Okay, so to answer Kirk, this is my contribution to art.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
there.
at the Orthodox synagogue that I go to, there is a woman who is someone who teaches art teachers. So she teaches people how to teach people about art.
How come your name isn't in the collaborators and contributors credits? This is a Shanda.
Well, there were a lot of us.
Were you part of the MIT Media Lab?
No. But
Stratas?
never,
Yeah.
I was more stochastic.
You were stochastic, I see.
Never mind. Never mind the credit. I guess you're trusting my word if I say that I was in the
I
project.
am trusting your word. Yes.
Okay. I wouldn't even have invented it. Just to know that it exists, you have to be a part of it.
This website is not a very good website, in my opinion.
Okay. So I think we have answered the cool kids question long enough.
No, I mean, I was gonna ask you some questions about like aesthetics and like
Nick, why are you not in a jazz club? What happened to being on the wait list for a jazz club?
It was dying down, and I'd rather be here.
This is in no way conducive to you finding a girlfriend.
That's what dating apps are for.
Are you on the dating apps?
Not as much anymore, but yeah, I've been on them, and I have a couple that I'm talking to right now.
Okay. Just as long as you're talking to some girls.
Yeah, no, I think more men need to do that, especially nowadays.
Yes, you do not want to be one of the men who don't make it into the next generation.
Yeah, no, this one girl that I'm talking to is cool. She grew up with like pastor parents, probably she grew up in North Georgia, so probably some like non-denominational evangelical church, and now she's like starting to look into the faith for herself more. She would mention how she's looked at like the scholarship of some things, and so yeah, hopefully I can like help her come to the faith. But it can be like it's just hard to find girls not in the church just because like orthodoxy is still relatively niche here in America, but also
Well, you don't have to worry about that. So you can do what Nathan did with Shelley, which is he found a nice, very, very religious, whatchamacallit girl,
like Protestant or something.
Protestant girl who believes that her husband should be the leader of the house, and because they were getting married, she joined the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, I've heard that.
What?
Flirt to convert.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
There you go. Oh yeah, you're in Georgia, huh?
Yeah,
Uh,
I'd say it's relatively religious here.
when's the last time you've been up to Pennsylvania to the Antiochian Village?
I actually have a lot of family in Pennsylvania, but I haven't been there in like I'd say 3 years.
Aha.
What Antiochian village are you referring to?
Antiochian Village is where they have the Lords of Spirit conference every year.
Do they do like speed dating events there?
No, they don't. But
I don't want to do those.
yeah, but if you ever do go up to Pennsylvania, I will definitely try to find a way for Shelley to find you a girl to date. She's
A matchmaker or something.
nope, but she's the first person to find her husband through what is called TLC. They have 3 kids now, if I have the number right. Very nice couple.
What's TLC?
It is Paul Vanderklay's little project of talking too much and doing too little.
Is it like his denomination or church that he runs?
No, so this little corner is where a lot of. So what happened was, Paul Vanderklay interviewed Jordan Peterson pretty early on in the whole Peterson phenomenon, and so there's lots of the channels, lots of people around here know each other through Paul Vanderklay. He's from the CRC, Christian Reformed Church, which is Protestant, God have mercy on our souls, and Calvinist, God have even more mercy on our souls. but yeah. So when did Nathan and Shelly get married? Like 4 years ago? Maybe 5 years by now? Time flies when you're having kids.
You know how old were they when they met and got married?
I'm pretty sure they were in their 30s.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 21, and I think I've talked to my priest about this quickly just once. He was just like, "Be patient. You're young."
Yeah, I am a big fan of people getting married young.
For sure. I think the more you put it off, just the more like you kind of don't have as much of an urge to go find a partner, and then time sort of flies by the wayside.
It's not just that. When you're younger and you find a life partner, you grow together, and as you get older, you become more and more set in your ways. Also, if you're really not going to like, if you're people seem to have this idea that like, oh, if I get married, I will have to start having children immediately. And it's like, well, if you're not having sex now, go ahead and get married and don't have sex when you're married. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing that says just because you found somebody who's like a life partner, and even if you're married, you have to start having kids immediately.
Yeah. I mean, that is like a big reason why people get married. At least like Christians get married relatively quickly so that they can go have fun together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think God, in his infinite wisdom, understood that that's a good way of stopping people from being. Look, it's hard to get along with people of the opposite sex.
Depends on the person. I think there are a lot of cool girls out there. Maybe I just don't have enough life experience, not as much as you.
We are members of the same species, so. But
Yeah. And it's interesting you mentioned how like we should grow together, because I feel like a lot of the advice that men get nowadays is like become the person that you want to have, and like, get a good career, sort of like establish yourself so that women will want you, instead of like just having a woman want you for who you are as a person.
well, I mean, you do want to establish yourself, and I definitely think you want to, like, one of the pieces of advice I give people, which God knows why anybody would listen to my advice, but they do, is build the home that you want to bring your wife into. Like, actually physically build it. Like, you should have an idea of, okay, let's say I got married tomorrow. Like, am I going to be living the way I'm living today? Is my wife going to be able to live in the home that I have created for myself? And if the answer is no, then you need to change that. But at the same time, like, yeah, growing together and getting to know each other and getting like, people who get married young have the opportunity to really bond in ways that I think other people don't. People who get married later do not.
For sure. Yeah, so
Yoav, how old were you when you got married?
I think he left, unfortunately.
Yoav left us. Yoav did leave us.
Are you married?
I am not married. I have never been married. Such is life. Caroline, long time no see. Did Shelly go to that Chicago meetup a million years ago? No, I don't think Shelly was there. No. I've known secular people who think getting married in your 20s was weird. It made no sense to me. Yeah, not a thing. Marriage equals abstinence. Well, yeah. By the way, what's the Fountain of Comfort update? Well, the Fountain of Comfort update is that we are kind of sort of imagining a project of, I mean, we have $8,000 now, which isn't a lot of money. But we're thinking of projects. I mean, I put the money in a money market account, so now it's at least earning interest. But we're thinking of a project which, I mean, I can't talk about too much, but it's a project that might take up like $5,000 and would be publicly available and maybe helpful to people. We'll see. The other possibility is once I graduate, might actually start offering. The thing is, yeah, it's difficult. $8,000 is not a ton of money. But we might also, I mean, we've talked about a possible conference or so, of sorts. That's a thing. Yeah, the project is the project, and I can talk to you about it individually if you want, Garth. But yeah, not too publicly because there might be intellectual property involved.
If this is an okay question to ask, where there's no intellectual property involved, do you plan on having self-help people advise for Fountain of Comfort who are not licensed therapists?
So what we have done a few times is I have helped people like know how to do crisis counseling, and when people have needed crisis counseling, we've had that, like, not a lot, but like a couple of times. That's been necessary and available. Thank you, Yoav and Sandy. I could see her right here, but I could not remember her name. And that's. I mean, I do counsel people individually, but like we haven't actually been spending any of the money, and like the board members kind of mentioned like I could be giving myself like minimum wage or at least for the hours I spend, but I just don't feel comfortable doing that. And yeah, so we haven't even reimbursed me for my costs for setting up Fountain of Comfort. We've spent literally nothing. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, so the reason I asked is because there's a fellow named James Clear whose book Atomic Habits I have not read, but I've heard some people swear by it. That I've seen some talks with him, and he seems to know what he's talking about when it comes to self help. But I don't know if that's the type of thing that like Fountain of Comfort is interested in.
I mean, I've considered once. I mean, I wrote a children's book once. I'm waiting until I graduate to actually publish it, kind of. Like possibly using Fountain of Comfort money to like send free copies to people, places, and things, like conferences. But yeah, I mean, honestly, $8,000 is not a terribly huge amount of money to do stuff with.
Are you looking to help a certain group of people?
Yes, Fountain of Comfort is a public resource for mental health.
Okay, just like anyone.
Basically, I mean, the idea was that it would be guided and is being guided by Orthodox Jews and Orthodox Christians, and that we would be trying to help the people involved tangentially with this channel. I mean, part of the thing was that, you know, I do get people in various conditions of, you know, various problems reaching out for counseling, which, I mean, I've been doing for free, which, I mean, I like doing it, but there's a limit to how much I can do stuff for free. So maybe eventually I'll start reimbursing myself a little bit for some of that time. But until I graduate, I just don't feel comfortable taking money.
Until you graduate, I thought you've already graduated and now you're doing an internship.
No, I have to finish my internship to graduate.
Oh, okay.
My internship is the last class I have before I graduate.
Yeah, I mean, with how like rampant mental health issues are now, it's crazy how expensive it is to get help.
So this is part of what I really hate is, so you can do very difficult mental health work and get paid very little because the people who need it can't afford it, or you can help people with first world problems who can afford and do pay for ridiculous amounts for therapy, and it's easy and it pays really well, but like people who need mental health, paying for mental health may be the worst idea anybody has ever had, because like if they're the customer, like somebody who is in the middle of either some sort of crisis or having some sort of mental health episode, is such a person is not a good person to be actually shopping for the right mental health professional for themselves. And most people don't even know how to find a good therapist. And the therapist you like the most is unlikely to be the therapist who's best for you. And so kind of the idea, and you know, Gage, who's on the board of directors, he's also a therapist. Max is a licensed clinical social worker, and he might still be watching. Who's been kind of sort of a tiny bit involved in this project. Like, we all agree that what would be best is if the community pays a mental health professional to provide mental health to services to the people who need it the most. And that is kind of the idea behind Fountain of Comfort. It's just, yeah, $8,000 is not a lot of money to actually provide mental health care for very many people.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of the philosophy of go and see it. Everyone should go and see a therapist. I think that's not like, I understand why people say that, but like to me, that seems like it would be a huge drain on resources.
That's like saying everyone should go see a doctor every week, and it's like, no, like, yeah, I guess like it, if the doctor is good, that couldn't hurt, right? And there's possible benefits, but really what is necessary is for trustworthy mental health professionals to be providing communal mental health, because, like, I mean, I highly recommend the book, The Coddling of the American Mind, where Jonathan Haidt explains how our society is actually causing mental health problems. And if we were a more sane society, like, we would be paying attention to people like Jonathan Haidt and not causing all kinds of mental health problems. But our society, yeah, this is one of the reasons why I am so hopeful about Jay Bhattacharya. If he can do what he seems to want to do with the National Institutes of Health, maybe we will go back to some semblance of sanity sometime soon. But and I highly recommend his discussion with Ross Douthat that he had recently. But it is what it is.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure you interact with a lot of homeless people in LA and like here in Atlanta. Like, it seems like a major reason why most people are homeless is just undiagnosed, untreated mental illness. It's not like they just didn't work hard enough or anything like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of addiction. There's a lot of what appears to be mental illness may be caused by heavy substance abuse, including alcohol abuse. But part of the problem is that we don't force people into treatment, I believe, enough. No, you don't have a right to mess up your life, despite what too many people say. I am not that much of a libertarian.
Yeah, I mean, libertarianism is a double-edged sword. There is a strong need for liberty, but having liberty requires a moral society, in my
Correct.
view.
Yes,
And to my understanding, that's the Jewish position as well, and the Christian position.
correct.
So, out of curiosity, Nick, I think this is our first time. I mean, I think I've been on streams with you before, but I think this would be the first time introducing myself. So, I don't know. Have we talked before? And if not, how did you find this channel?
Father Stephen DeYoung.
Yeah. And so, are you like an Orthodox Christian mental health practitioner, or?
No, I just recently I'm a senior in college right now, so I'm still yet to really contribute to society at all. I've just been consuming my whole life. So, yeah, I recently got received into the church January 6th on Theophany.
And what are you studying in college, out of curiosity?
Economics and math.
I love economics. I'm studying finance myself.
Okay, nice. That's what's up.
So, do you want to be like an economist, or
Not really. I'm going into finance straight out of college, but I think it'd be really cool to do public policy or like diplomat work later down the road.
Yeah, I want to go into finance as well, straight out of college. But yeah, if you could teach me sometime, that would be great. Are you part of Jacob's Discord server, out of curiosity?
I'm not.
Okay, well, he has a Discord server, and if you join, you can DM him, and he'll assign you your role.
All right, sounds good, and we can connect on LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Yeah, that's how you get JOBs nowadays. You gotta connect and network.
I'm not sure that's how you actually get JOBs these days.
It's a big reason. But yeah, what do you want to do in finance specifically? Do you know?
Stock portfolio management. So basically, what I want to do is I want to manage people's stock portfolios where if someone has investments for when they retire, for example, and they invest in the stock market, I want to manage what stocks they invest in.
Like wealth management.
Well, specifically like managing stocks. So you have investment portfolios for people who invest in the stock market, and I want to manage those.
Okay. Are you going to be on more the client relational side, or are you going to be doing like the math or like the portfolio management side of things?
I don't really want to be a quant. I would probably want to do more client relational stuff because
Okay.
being a quant sounds like too hard work for me.
I mean, you sound pretty smart. You could probably do it.
I could, but I don't have the willpower. I'm not the most virtuous person. Jacob's probably more virtuous than me, and Jacob's not the most virtuous person.
I am not the most virtuous person. Nick, are you taking the actuarial exam?
No,
Why not?
I'm not trying to be an actuary.
Doesn't matter. My goal in life is to get everyone to take the actuarial exam.
Oh, really?
No, but it's what I wish I had done when I was your age.
Interesting. Why is that?
Because I think it's one of the few things that actually distinguishes people who are competent versus people who are not in the world. Like, you have to know your statistics, and they don't care what your degree is in. They don't care about anything other than you actually passed the test.
Okay, sort of like the bar exam, but for math.
Basically. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. I've taken a couple of statistics classes. I'd say the hardest thing about stats is just knowing what formula to use almost. Because all the formulas have already been derived and everything. It's just about knowing what information you have and which formula it lines up with.
Try taking a practice exam and see how you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I am curious, Nick, if you do plan on working in public policy, I think you'd have to know some, not just, you wouldn't just have to know financial economics, I think you'd have to know some macroeconomics. Are you familiar with like the different schools of macroeconomic thought?
It's been a while since I've gone into like Keynesian economics and all that kind of stuff.
Macroeconomics is just superstition.
I think it's really useful. I think micro is more superstition and just too theoretical.
Have you talked to Marcus? You've never talked to Marcus, have you?
No.
Dr. Shera, he got his PhD in economics from George Mason, and he hangs around here, and he is a professor at Eastern, and he's an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Yeah. So
Oh, that's what's
pretty
up.
smart guy. Definitely. Marcus Shera, he is a pretty smart guy, and he does seem to have some interdisciplinary knowledge of like systems theory and economics and probability theory and stuff.
He's a very smart guy.
I mean, I would imagine that when you were doing insurance, you had to do a lot of math crunching, right? No?
Nope.
You just did sales?
Basically,
Okay. See, I guess that's kind of what I want to do because, like, I actually did start taking some calculus. I've only so far learned how to take like the derivative and the antiderivative of a function and the rule for summation, and like I'm not a big fan of advanced math for me personally, just because it is pretty difficult. But
If
I
you
guess
guys-
I'll have to learn.
if you say so.
Yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg in math. I took a proofs class last semester, and basically proofs is like they give you the answer in the question, and it's up to you to prove it. But, yeah. Are you
That's
Orthodox?
if I found fun.
Are you Orthodox?
No. Well, I'm Orthodox in the sense that I follow an Orthodox interpretation of Judaism. So I'm a Noahide. Did Father Stephen ever tell you about what Noahides are?
No, I don't know too much about Judaism right now, unfortunately.
So a Noahide is someone who's not Jewish but follows the 7 laws of Noah, which are basically 7 laws that the Hebrew Bible and Orthodox Judaism expects non-Jews to follow. They're pretty basic, and I mean, at least in my opinion. And basically, the expectation is if you're not Jewish, you don't have to convert to Judaism, but you have to follow a certain basic ethical code. And so that's basically what I am.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And to my understanding, the rabbinic consensus would be for Orthodox Christians, you basically are considered, compliant with the Noahide laws because you believe in one God and you don't commit sexual immorality, and you don't murder, and you don't steal, and all that. So yeah,
Pretty much.
gotta place-
Father Stephen believes that Orthodox Christianity generally is basically Noahide. So
yeah. Oh, Hezi saying Sifra Tova?
Safra Tova.
Safra Tova. I don't know what that means.
That is Aramaic for good morning.
Good morning, Hezi. We all appreciate Hezi around here.
We do. We do.
Has he been able to talk with Father Stephen DeYoung much before?
A little bit. Chezi's a little bit too John Hyrcanus for Father Stephen.
A little too what?
John Hyrcanus. Yochanan Hyrcanus was one of the Maccabees.
Okay, I'm yet to read much of the Old Testament at all, unfortunately.
Well, it's not part of my. The Book of Maccabees is not part of my Bible, but it is part of your Bible,
Yeah.
which is quite funny, in my opinion.
Why is that?
Because, like, if I think if the Hasmoneans knew that their book would be in the book of, like, in the Septuagint, but not in the Masoretic text, they might have opinions about that.
I mean, it is interesting to think like Christianity is supposed to be the fulfillment of Judaism, yet we have different scriptures. Yeah.
Yup. Yup. Yup.
Yeah. Honestly, I wish you would. I hope Hezi has access to the StreamYard link. Because I would like to.
Does, but he's probably driving between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem again, as he is wont to do.
Yeah. So I mean, have you had a lot of free time, or have you been really busy with school, Nick?
I've been pretty free. I just have this semester and I pretty much graduate. I have an internship lined up for the summer, so hopefully I can get a return offer there. And then in the fall, I'll just be taking one class.
That's interesting. So what's the internship?
It's in corporate banking, so giving out loans to companies.
Yeah. I don't know much about the banking system. I know a little. I mean, I've read some. I don't know if you've ever encountered any sort of the Austrian economist in their writings, but I've read some of their stuff, and so I to my understanding, they talk about how like interest rates from the Federal Reserve distort the expansion of credit into the market, which causes a boom bust cycle. But I don't know if that type of theory is going to be relevant to the type of work you do.
No, it's relevant because I mean the economy is cyclical, so depending on at what stage of the cycle it's in, it affects how you lend to borrowers.
Yeah. Have you studied when you were in undergrad or so I mean are you getting your graduate degree or you're an undergrad?
Undergrad.
So and you said you studied macroeconomics a little while back. Did you study any of the Austrian economists?
Not really. I think I studied them more so in high school.
Yeah. I mean I think a lot of young people go through a libertarian phase when they're young. But eventually you need to mature and realize the real world is not so simple. Um, I still think that most of the points they made though about the economy are right. Yeah, I've read some of Human Action, and I've read some of The Road to Serfdom, but that's about it. In terms of economics books that I've taken peeks into.
Yeah, my gripe with economists is that I feel like they can be too theoretical and too detached from what's going on in the real world. So that's why I haven't read too much of those books, but it'd probably be profitable for me to read those books. I just try to keep up to date with like what's happening in the economy.
What is your opinion of Thomas Sowell?
I've read one book of his. In general,
Which book?
I like it. Let me look it up. Something of economic facts and fallacies.
I highly recommend Black Rednecks and White Liberals and Intellectuals in Society.
Okay, he's probably not a big fan of intellectuals, right?
Well, kind of. I mean, I think he is one of the best and most prominent intellectuals we have, and he recognizes the need for intellectuals, but he what does he call it? Linguistic virtuosity. He dislikes the fact that people mistake linguistic virtuosity for actual expertise.
Yeah,
Just-
he's a very conservative kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean he's known for being conservative, but I would say he's more of a libertarian. But one of the things, what was I going to say? Linguistic virtuosity, expertise. Richard Feynman said something that a lot of people take too seriously, which is he said if you can't explain something to a college sophomore, you probably don't understand it. And unfortunately, people misstate what he said, and oftentimes say something like, if you can't explain it to a fifth grader, or if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, then you don't understand it. And when he originally said this, even Feynman put caveats on it. He's like, obviously, this isn't, that doesn't mean, it's got to be a smart college, sophomore, and that doesn't include things where people need people need to have backgrounds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But people generally think that people who are bad at explaining things don't understand them. And that's simply not at all true. And oftentimes, people can explain things very well that they themselves don't understand and can't apply.
Yeah. So, if I may give a good example of this, when Noam Chomsky talks about foreign policy, he uses pretty clear language that is you can understand the concepts he's saying, but that doesn't mean he actually understands foreign policy.
Yes, that is a very good example.
Yeah. I am curious. Are you playing Minesweeper, Jacob?
Of course I am. What else would I be playing?
Minecraft? You don't play Minecraft, do you?
No.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so I haven't I actually haven't I haven't picked up his writings yet, but I have listened to some lectures from him and some interviews he's done, and he definitely seems like a credible public intellectual. Um, I am curious, since you asked about like what books Nick has read. Um, what economics books have you read from the Austrian school?
None. Are you talking to Jacob?
I was asking you.
Yeah, none.
Okay.
Marcus would be so. You might like Brian Kaplan. He's an Austrian school guy, and he's pretty smart. And he tends to not believe a lot of the stupidest things that Austrian economists do.
I know the name Brian Kaplan. He's if my memory serves me correctly, doesn't he have some sort of Substack?
I am pretty sure he does. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a fan of Austrian economics, but there are some things that are silly. Like, for example, to my saying, some of the Austrian economists are against fractional reserve banking, which doesn't make any sense in my view, because if you get rid of fractional reserve banking, then loaning is going to be so difficult, and so economic growth will be put to a standstill.
Yeah, this is one of my biggest problems with some of my libertarian friends. They don't seem to understand that the only alternative to fractional reserve banking is full reserve banking, which is ridiculous and impossible and never happens. And they don't understand what it's like to live in a society where people live by the stupid rules that some Austrians like to come up with. I highly recommend anyone who wants to be a minarchist to move to Somalia and give it a try, but they never do.
Yeah. I mean, although to be fair, you said some Austrians. I mean, I think some Austrians like Hayek and even some elements of Mises are better than like Rothbard.
Well, I mean, I have been intending on reading more into Rabbi Israel Kirzner, who's I did not realize was such a prominent rabbi. And of course, he was robbed the Nobel Prize in economics, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. It should have been him and not Krugman.
That is definitely true.
Yeah. Physics and Minesweeper.
If y'all could make any change to the current economic system, what would it be?
Say that one more time.
If y'all could make any change to the current economic system, what would it be?
I mean, I don't know if this is really a change in the economic system, but I really would prefer we got rid of income taxes and instead had either value-added tax or some other sort of transaction tax, possibly even just a straight-up wealth, like any sort of like have a percentage tax on any transaction between any two people for any reason, and just make it really small.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair proposal. I would say I don't know if Jacob would agree with this. I am for ending the Federal Reserve. Like I don't think we should have a central banking system because
What
I
does that
believe
even mean? Like, how do you end the Federal Reserve?
so the way I would do it is I don't exactly know what specifically how you would phase it out, but I would phase it out and replace it with private banks setting interest rates and and printing their own currency.
So you would have infinite currencies. Like, that is really, really a terrible idea.
Okay, I mean, we don't have to agree on everything, Jacob. We can be friends and you know.
What change would you make, Nick?
I mean, I'm kind of a Thomas Sewell thinker, so I think like I think it's fine how it is. I like your idea about like trying to crack down on the billionaires more.
I didn't say anything about cracking down on billionaires.
Well, it seems like what you want to do with trying to tax like transactions and not just income, because I know a lot of billionaires like Bezos. I mean, they have like pretty much no like income, but they have tons of wealth.
Yeah, I think tax policy in general is just too distortionary, and what I would like to see is a tax that is generally inescapable, but also pretty, not distortionary, as in people don't end up changing how they act in order to avoid the tax. So if every transaction had a small enough tax on it, then people would have to pay it, and it wouldn't actually affect their decision making.
Isn't that just sales tax?
I mean, it could be, but like then, especially the way we have sales taxes, right? The question becomes, okay, what is a sale? What gets taxed? Like, would you have a sales tax on wages? Would you have a sales tax? So that's why I just
Well, sales tax on wages is just income tax, right?
well, yeah, it is.
Okay.
So this is why I just think it should just be a transaction tax.
Okay. What
Yeah,
about a
I
tax
mean,
on your assets?
What?
What about a tax on your assets?
I think that is a terrible idea.
Really?
Yeah.
yeah.
Taxing, like, how often are you going to tax people's assets? Which assets are you going to tax? How are you going to value that tax? What's going to happen when someone ends up having to sell assets in order to pay their tax? The fact is, part of the problem we have is stagnant capital. Some people just don't really realize that stagnant capital is bad. I'm particularly thinking in terms of real estate. You know, like people really don't understand what stagnant real estate does to an economy. Yeah, like yeah, real estate policy was what I was most interested in when I was in grad school 20 some years ago, and it was quite depressing actually.
Yeah. I mean, so my perspective on the whole real estate thing is people complain about institutional investment. And while there's valid criticisms to be had of institutional investment, in my view, institutional investment wouldn't be as bad of a problem if it weren't for artificially low interest rates from the Federal Reserve, making it easy to buy up homes because you can get low interest rate loans to buy up homes. So, in my view, the Federal Reserve is one of the causes of the institutional investment crisis.
I think a much bigger problem is the fact that we still use the title system that we do. We are the only country in the world that does. And if you want a good book on all the problems with the title system, here, let me find that book.
What's the title system?
Just a second. Hold on. Here is the book. The American Title Insurance Industry, How a Cartel Fleeces the American Consumer by Joseph and David Eaton. It came out in 2007. It is basically this book is the thesis I didn't write to get my JD MPA. And unfortunately, it's been buried and nobody's paid attention to it. But here's the book. And we would be living in a much better world if people actually paid attention to that book and made any of the changes that they proposed.
Yeah, I mean, I also do think that I know this is going to be a very conventional thing. I do think zoning laws are a factor, especially in states like California. This isn't to say that institutional investment has no factor, but I do think zoning laws and regulations for building houses is also a factor.
Correct. So land use regulations are another scourge on the American economy and human beings as a whole. But I mean, you can look up public choice theory and special interests and stuff and figure out why all those problems are. NIMBYism is NIMBYism. Hell, you can even read Ezra Klein's book. Even that's better than the stupidity the vast majority of people seem to believe in.
Yeah, I took a health economics class a couple semesters ago, and just insurance as a whole seems pretty bad for the overall just economy and society. Just the fact that like you're forced to have it doesn't really make much sense because insurance companies are profit maximizing industries, yet they're supposed to help people save money, but they're profit maximizing corporations, so they're trying to make money
Okay.
off the people that they're supposed to. So it's
Now
really
you're talking to somebody who's been an insurance broker for about 15 years. The I could just send you to a discussion I had years ago, but the economic model of insurance you've been taught is wrong. Basically, what they teach you is that some people are risk seeking, some people are risk averse, and what happens is that people buy insurance in order to minimize their risk, and
Yeah.
the insurance companies take a premium, which comes from the amount that other people irrationally are willing to pay in order to have lower risk. The problem with that is that the economic definition of risk and the insurance definition of risk are different. Economic definition of risk is variance. So if I have a chance of having between $0 and $2, right? My risk is the fact that I could have $0 or $2, right? But the rational person takes the expected value, which, let's say we have a equally distributed chance of any amount from $0 to $2 is $1. When we talk about risk in insurance, we're not talking about what you guys call risk, which is what we would call speculative risk, which means that there's a possibility that there will be greater than the expected value or a possibility that there will be less than the expected value. What we're actually talking about is pure risk. Pure risk is only the possibility of loss. Okay? So what happens is, in insurance, we use the law of large numbers. When you have a large amount, when you have many iterations of a small probability of a large loss, okay? You have many iterations of a small probability of a large loss, okay? So, for example, you have 100 people, all of which have, let's say, 1% chance of their house burning down and them losing $100,000, right? The expected loss of each one of those 100 people is $1,000. Their probability of their house burning down is 1%. Now, what you do is you pool that risk, right? Then you have 100% chance of one house burning down, right? It is worthwhile spending $50,000 if you spend $50,000 and eliminate the risk, right? So each of those people can give you $750, right? If each of those 100 people give you $750 and you spend $5,000 out of that $7,500 eliminating the risk, right? You, as the person who eliminated the risk, have created wealth in essence. There's more wealth in the system after insurance has been has done its work. That's why, for example, when you buy a car, there's the IIHS safety ratings, right? What's the IIHS? It's the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety. All the car insurers got together. They spent money to reduce the amount that cars get damaged in accidents, right? And that creates greater amount a system with insurance in it has more wealth than a system without insurance in it. But that's a much more complicated model than the one you were taught in school.
How do you eliminate the risk?
That's what insurance. So there are various ways. One of them is by underwriting. Another is by charging higher premiums, right? So, for example, when I was writing business insurance, right, I would visit the business and make sure that they had modern electricity fuses on their electric boxes. That's one of the things. If you didn't, if you were still using the old types, we just wouldn't write you your insurance, right?
Okay.
And we knew that through that underwriting change, a lot of people would end up, you mitigate, not eliminate, although sometimes you can eliminate even, right? So when insurance is done correctly, and insurance can only exist in a highly regulated environment. Insurance fails in an unregulated environment. The way you can know this is reinsurance markets. Do you know where the two places where reinsurance markets are domiciled are?
No, I don't know what reinsurance markets are.
Reinsurance is where insurance companies buy insurance.
Oh, okay.
They are domiciled either in Singapore or in the Bahamas, both of which have the tightest insurance regulations in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? As opposed to going to a country like Liberia, right? I write insurance against the
Free money.
But a well-functioning insurance market, right? A well-functioning insurance market increases the amount of wealth in a system, and the price of insurance can be so low that forcing people to buy unnecessary insurance usually costs almost nothing. The insurance that I have to buy, the liability insurance as a therapist, is $15 a year. The insurance that I had to buy, I still have to buy as an insurance. I used to pay $2,000 a year for my liability insurance as an insurance broker, right?
But what about things like health insurance?
So health insurance is a little bit different than property and casualty, and there's reasons for that, but they're similar enough that one thing you can definitely know is that a system with a functioning insurance market has more wealth in it than a system without an insurance market in it.
I'd have to think about that.
Feel free. But the way insurance, the primary way, the thing is with life insurance, actually part of the way they make money is through the time value of their reserves. Because for life insurance especially, they're taking money, they're investing it at a much more profitable rate than people who would have to save that money in case of an emergency. Like if I had to save money in case of an emergency, I would be putting it in the bank, right? If instead I buy an insurance if I pay an insurance premium for a life insurance policy, the life insurance company, some of the largest institutional investors are life insurance companies, they're earning a higher rate of return. And one of the ways in which they create wealth in the insurance system is by superior usage of reserves to pay for costs. So the time value of money goes into it. But for property and casualty, a lot of the savings comes from actual mitigation, right? Like the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. In health insurance, one of the ways, and actually in car insurance, one of the ways that costs are brought down is provider networks. So if I break my leg, I have to go to a doctor and I have no ability to negotiate with the doctor, right? But if I am contracted with an insurance company and the insurance company has 1 million people, they can contract with a doctor, hey, if people break their legs, I'm paying you and you're going to take care of them. So that brings down the costs of providing services. That's why provider networks are such a big part of health insurance. But fire insurance companies are actually the ones that invented modern lighthouses and fire departments. Because what lighthouses used to be is they used to have lighthouses in ports so that ships would know to come to ports. But what happened with Lloyd's of London, which is basically where modern insurance was born, is there were certain places where ships were going aground a lot, and Lloyd's of London actually paid to build lighthouses so that people would know, oh, there's a lighthouse there, stay away. That's the opposite of what ancient lighthouses were for. And in London, they hired people to actually go put out fires and to take people's things out of their homes, right, to minimize the amount of loss in whatchamacallit. So there are various ways in which insurance companies minimize losses, but the important part is to recognize, and this is what none of the stupid people I hate, which is both the libertarians and the communists, I don't see much difference between them. They imagine that you can have a deregulated insurance market where, well, the libertarians imagine you can have a deregulated insurance market. You can't. Insurance can only live in a highly regulated environment. And then the communists think that if you get rid of insurance, or you have a public insurer, get rid of the profit maximizing, then you will have then you will have more wealth in the system, because they think of insurance companies as not providing any services. They're just a friction on the transaction. It's not true. The systems with insurance, and in fact, I'm not the only person to say this, but I'm one of the few people who have said this. The reason we ended up with capitalism is because of insurance markets. Before Lloyd's of London, it was not possible to have as much commerce, and it's been proven that nations that don't have things like crop insurance, they have no capacity of having a non-feudal society.
Interesting. So in insurance companies' pursuit of profit maximization, they're helping the people they're serving by trying to mitigate their costs, which is the whatever like problems that may arise.
So think of it this way:
Yeah.
you're shifting the possibility of you're shifting a possible large loss to someone who will have a probable large loss. Someone with a small chance of a large loss has a lot less reason to mitigate that loss than someone who has certainty. Once you're insuring enough homes or enough cars, it's a certainty of a loss. And once you have that certainty of the loss, you can then take measures and reduce the loss. And this isn't a speculative risk, it's pure risk. It's only a possibility of loss.
But do you think it's like a majority of people are losing money, but it's helping those few people that do experience those losses?
Well, I mean, so
That's the whole thing I learned in health insurance, is that like young people are sort of,
well, that's different. Yes,
Okay.
that's the truth of our current system.
yeah.
But that's not because of that's how we use we are using our health insurance system right now to transfer money from the young to the old. Like we are doing that. But that's not because of it being insurance. That's because that's our policy.
Okay, I just don't like how insurance is forced onto people.
Insurance has to be forced onto people. If you don't force people to buy insurance, then the insurance market will spiral to its death. That's what I meant by insurance can only live in a highly regulated environment. Chazi!
Ultimately, the insurance, I mean, if done properly, is there to protect you, right? Like in my field, no construction job could start without it actually being insured, right? Even if it's private, then I'm doing that to protect my client. You have to take that into consideration. Multiple levels of insurance. The client taking out his own insurance on the property, the contractor taking out his own insurance. Me as the architect / designer, project manager, I have my own insurance. Otherwise, I mean, you see it all the time. You see contractors going belly up all the time because they can't handle a suit or they can't handle a claim. You see people getting completely wiped out because they don't have enough to hedge such an exposure. So,
Right.
if you want, go ahead.
The expected value of loss for each person who's getting the expected value of the loss for each person who's buying insurance actually should be higher than the premium that they pay to transfer the possibility of loss. That should be the case.
Yeah.
And often is the case, usually is the case, but sometimes is not when we use and we do use insurance as a wealth transfer vehicle in socially. And I mean that's not insurance. That's just figuring out a way of doing wealth transfer through insurance.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Like if it's smart for you to get insurance, then by all means get insurance. But you're saying that insurance needs to be forced onto people, but I just don't like that idea.
Not all people recognize what's smart for them to do.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. Yeah.
You're also not in a vacuum, right? Like the city, I'm saying you're going to build a road right now used by other people. It's too much of a risk to allow someone to just build it without insurance. He messes up. He now can't cover fixing that mistake. And now like there's major issues downstream from that. Like there are many elements that you have to be able to contain your level of exposure.
So
you're not living in a vacuum.
Yeah, so that's another
Jacob.
function that insurance has, which is as a surety. And sureties and insurance are kind of different, but the fact is we tend to bind them into one thing. But yeah, sureties are a whole other thing that society needs that are provided by insurance companies, and that's the thing that Kazi's pointing right now is a
Yeah.
surety.
So I think the thing is, Nick, just to try and as I understand them, they're saying that for game theoretic reasons, you need to have forced insurance on people, because if you don't, then you have a tragedy. I don't know if I think the term is a tragedy of the commons, although I could be misusing that term.
I mean, there's various externalities which apply, not least of which is the free rider problem.
Yeah. But does that make sense, Nick? So, like, it's not that what you're saying doesn't. It's not like the spirit of libertarianism is wrong. It's just it doesn't work in practice.
If everyone was actually a rational actor, then you wouldn't have to force people to buy many types of insurance. And because they were rational, they would go ahead and buy it. But many people are not rational actors. In fact, most people are not rational actors. And most people don't have a lot of information. So, and they tend to fall for things like confirmation bias. I've told this story a billion times, but I had somebody who wanted business insurance from me. I told him, no, I'm not going to sell you fire insurance because you have to update your your wiring. And he didn't update his wiring. He went and got insurance somewhere else, much more expensive. Of course, his business did not burn down. And like 3 years later, he comes up to me and he's like, you could have sold me the insurance and nothing would have happened. And you missed out. And it's like, my dear man, that's not how insurance works. A vast majority of people will not actually have fires, but we insure the people with lower risk, right? And that type of thing is what happens. Also, for example, no longer do you have diving boards in the United States. Like diving boards used to be when I was a kid, everybody had a diving board with their pool. Nowadays, nobody has a diving board. Why? Because the people who manufacture diving boards were forced to buy insurance. The insurance companies kept on bringing up the price so much that diving boards ended up becoming not a thing in the United States anymore. Right?
Like once you force insurance on people, then can't the insurance companies kind of do like price manipulation?
They can if you have a well-regulated insurance market with enough competition, including I actually like the idea of having a public insurer just to keep prices from going ridiculous. But that's real world behavioral economics. That's not theoretically all you need is a competitive market. But in order to keep a competitive market, I think you should have a public insurer in there. But the problem is, in California at least, the public home owner insurance company, California Fair Plan, is now driving the rest of the business out because our insurance commissioner is a communist. But that's a whole other thing. But if you have an actually competitive market, you can force, and like you're not talking about like tiny amounts. You can force people to buy insurance for whatever you want, and if there's no real risk there, then the insurance will cost almost nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And everything you've said, Jacob, so far does seem to be like I don't know if you've seen interviews with Kahneman and Tversky about prospect theory or anything like that, but this is their work shows that people have loss aversion biases, which mean that they can't reason that it's in their long-term interest to get insurance. So so forcing them is in their self-interest, even though because they won't realize, because they're not acting on full information when they make decisions.
That
So
is
everything-
those are two good points. I'll mention one thing again, just because I've experienced this. To your point, Kirk, like again in the construction industry, many times people, you don't want to activate your insurance because your premiums are going to go up. On the other hand, you miscalculate the cost of fixing these issues by yourself, or what the demand is actually going to be from you, or what the client will actually demand from you. Like I have to be very strict when I'm working with new contractors that are trying to get into, let's say, into our repertoire, so to speak. That I'm going to press them. As an example, like when if you damage the floor, and because of that, like I can't install the kitchen, and because of that, I need to now put my now my clients can't come to their house, and their trip is ruined. Like all those things, I'm telling the contractor to take into consideration that he's going to have to pay out. And that's why I'm telling him, like, when you think it's going to be like, oh, I'll just cover the new floor, I'm like, that's not going to be enough. Like, you have to take into consideration that, like, my clients are going to pursue and demand that they, rectification or compensation, and what that actually means. So, one, you're 100% correct that people don't, miscalculate. Secondly, what Jacob was talking about, just as far as like what the market could force, it's become like, increasingly difficult. Corona kicked in, right? How that's going to affect jobs right now, what the actual expectation could be from the market, right? Number two, you have a war in Israel, right? How that affects the labor. How much can you actually hedge that? Israel's been in martial law, basically, in a certain sense, since the beginning of it, since the establishment of the state. So obviously in different places there's different dynamics, but if there's a market there, right, at the end of the day, client starters being like, oh, no one's going to insure me, you'll find people in a good market. There'll still people that the market will adjust.
Yeah.
Free markets for the win.
Yeah, and I will say though, one thing I will say though, Jacob, about competitive markets is I do think I've read a little bit of Kerzner. I've read excerpts, I should say. I haven't actually read his books, but I have read excerpts of his books. As far as I can tell, his theory of entrepreneurship says that market go to an equilibrium of being perfectly competitive due to entrepreneurs finding previously unnoticed opportunities. So I think you can have a perfectly competitive market in insurance without having a public insurer, because health insurance companies want to tap into new market opportunities.
The cost to establish an insurance company is just so huge. Like the capital expenditure necessary for creating an insurance company, not to mention like the network and stuff, like it's very, very difficult to have a truly competitive insurance market without some measure of planning and encouragement. So the great thing about Lloyd's of London is that it's not an insurer, it's an insurance market. And that worked great. and but like without Lloyd's of London, it's. I mean, I'm gonna use terms that only an insurance nerd could, but insurance is like a hothouse flower. It could never grow in the wild. It was able to grow in the particular instance of London because of social factors that existed there, and that's allowed it to. The fact that it functioned there has allowed people to try to replicate the market and make worldwide insurance. But like, yeah, insurance is kind of a miracle. It really is.
There is a reference to insurance in the Discworld by Terry Pratchett. First book, I think. It described a person from a well-organized society like China, who is actually a travel, an insurance salesman, coming to the most disorderly place, the city of Ankh-Morpork, and is selling insurance. Turned out that the city got burnt by people trying to burn their houses to collect the insurance money.
Yeah.
Jacobi, give me Torah.
I don't believe in Torah.
Okay, but I will give you Zionism.
Oy vey.
Everybody always complaining about Israel being a shitty place.
Yeah.
I know that in Germany, if you're unlucky enough, even if you are a research institute, you cannot get good internet for any amount of money because the government has decided that copper wire is good enough. In Israel, we had insane right-wing government, and they liberalized the communication market.
Yeah.
So early today, it was 6 o'clock. I was complaining about my internet being down.
Yeah.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
The technician has already come and fixed it.
Very nice.
That is true.
Wow.
Do you think
That's why it's called Eretz Tzvi?
Yeah.
do you think the tabernacle was insured?
The tabernacle was unique.
See, that's why the insurer said, like, listen, I don't like this Urim V'Tumim is not up to code. I don't know how this, cherubs are working. So we're not going to be able to cover this.
Yeah.
They asked to see a plan. Petzalel said he saw it in a vision. They're like, yeah, I don't know. It's too much woo. Too much woo for us to insure this. That's this week's partial.
Yeah. Kirk made us read some Truma.
Oh, really?
I don't like how you use the word made. I encouraged it.
He forced me to read Truma.
I tried to not make the conversation about things that people are not interested in, and I know this community is interested in the Bible. So,
well, you should realize that this. Yeah, go ahead, Yoav.
Yeah, by your own admission, you cannot see into the hearts of people. You are on the autistic side of personality. You don't know what interests people. So keep trying.
okay.
I would say though that this portion actually touches onto that, which is you could add you might wonder, isn't the tabernacle itself problematic? Because why are we creating a physical structure to represent or to house God, so to speak, right? Why are we not just keeping it into the intellectual, philosophical realm, an abstract philosophical relationship with God that we have. And the reason is, Kirk, because in Judaism, Hashem is one. We are supposed to find him and manifest and help him manifest in all elements of creation, which include insurance as well. And so when you bring up the economy, that too has to be oriented through the prism of Torah and Hashem. So don't think it's not related or not interesting. You just have to make sure it's done the right way. This is also part of the money. How did they build this tabernacle? With what gold, right? So we're told that the gold they're using is the gold they took out of Egypt. And that's another example of taking the physical gold, but also what's behind it. They're taking the ideals of, or the technologies of Egypt, and they're reorienting them towards the divine properly. And that's what our mission is. So sanctify economics. Kirk, keep it going.
Interesting. That was really good. Are you guys for or against interest rates?
I can't speak for anyone else here, but if you abolish interest rates, the economy would collapse overnight. So yeah, interest rates are necessary, in my opinion. I mean, if people couldn't earn interest on the loans they give out, then they wouldn't be incentivized to give out loans, and you'd have no economic growth. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I agree with you.
Okay. Cool.
Humans driving like such buffoons. It's literally a miracle that there isn't an accident. Well, I was going to say that there isn't an accident every day, and the answer is there is an accident every day. But maybe that's a miracle as well, that there's only a few accidents every day.
So I don't know if this is still the case, but 25 years ago when I was in Israel, everybody had these bumper stickers that said Shamar Mirchak, which means watch the gap, keep your distance. Do they still do that?
You don't see so much of that anymore. You do have, and a lot of lease cars just have a sticker in the back saying "How am I driving?" and then the number of the leasing company, so people could just like rat you out if you're driving.
1-800 eat shit.
Yes, something like that. Yeah, and also the traffic over here is insane. They're actually just bringing Tesla in right now, the automatic Teslas. Hopefully that's going to create a change over here. It's, I'm not commenting about how eco-friendly or if it's counterproductive, them looking for lithium, but either way, hopefully it will create some change in this country. So much going on, so exciting and terrifying.
Automatic driving will not work in Tel Aviv ever.
I also don't think it's going to work in Jerusalem.
Really? Why?
Give me a grid. I mean, there's a few cities. Because, every day in Jerusalem, there's the streets
People
over here
believe in
make no
God.
sense. There's always
If I see a bus driving on the road, I immediately start crossing the road because I know that God is with me and the bus will stop. This is the Holy Land.
I hear that, right? There's a lot of Israeli culture that you're asking. Well, again, I was gonna say you're asking the AI to recognize that pattern, but maybe it's not as complicated as we think.
It's
Hopefully it'll be
always more
successful.
complicated than you think. That is what we discussed it
Fine.
about biology earlier. Biology is always more complicated than you think, and when you amplify it into society, it's even more complicated.
Tell me something, Nick. Well, first, I'm being rude. Are you doing well? Is your family doing well?
Yeah, no, they're doing well. I think we've been
Glad
getting
to hear
closer as we age. We used to not be that close, but I think as people get older, they put aside those like they start getting irritated by, let's say, like petty things, and so yeah, it's been good.
How do you have any siblings?
I have a younger brother.
How what's the age gap?
I'm 21. He's 18.
Oh, okay, that's pretty close. Are you guys close?
Not as close as maybe one would think or we should be.
Is he Eastern Orthodox yet?
No, none of my family is.
How has that been for you then? Like that theological journey, like within specifically within the family. By the way, to all these things, you could tell me it's none of your business, Chazi.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to hide. They're just indifferent to it. They don't really get into theology. They'll go to church, which is awesome, but yeah, they don't really like ask questions or go too deep into that kind of stuff.
Well, growing up, what did you notice about your father or mother's relationship with the Master of the Universe?
No real personal relationship. We'd go to church on Easter and Christmas just because everyone else did, but that was about it.
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, I could tell you that my older brother, I have a twin sister, but I have an older brother, 5 years old. I mean, I have many siblings, but we're 6 kids. But the brother older than me is 5 years older, and he like hated me for like many years. Like we were not close, and only once I basically matured. I'm saying, well, your 18-year-old brother is starting to mature. Could we actually? And required my older brother to mature as well, but we got to a place. I mean, now I would say we're best friends. So don't give up.
Chazi has a twin. Can you imagine being Chazi's twin?
That's true. I do have a twin.
And it's a twin sister. Can you imagine being Chazi's twin sister? And she has the same voice and the same beard.
No. My point to you, Nick, was those if nurtured properly, it could be one of the most amazing relationships that you have. So it's just something to consider. Don't push it, but if it can be cultivated, it's a real gift to have siblings.
Hashomer achi anochi.
All right, Cain and Abel obviously misunderstood that. They could have been boys. It could have been boys. It could have had there could have been like a whole. I mean, that's really the story of the Bible as well. If you notice, it always could have gone a different way, right? It could have been Isaac. It could have been Esau. They could have not gone down. They could have not made the mistake. We're always having an opportunity to be put in front of us. We should choose wisely.
Yeah, no, I saw this video.
But Nick, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I saw this one video once saying how like God doesn't force us to follow Him, but He gives us choices to follow Him, which I thought was interesting. Like we always have the choice every day to follow Him or not.
Chazi.
Correct. Yes.
So I gave my answer to why I think the Hebrew scriptures are divine, and Yoav gave his answers for why he thinks the Hebrew scriptures are divine. What is your answer to why you think the Hebrew scriptures are divine?
So, are you talking about the message of the divine scriptures, or do you mean the actual, like every letter of the 5 books of Moses? Like, what do you like? You need I need some control over here. You gotta help me with the categorization of your question.
Go ahead, Nick.
So, what makes you think they're a direct revelation of, like you said, the Master of the Universe?
I mean, I'm not beholden. I mean, there's the traditional take when we say that like every single word that is written in the Torah is from God. don't need that to literally be true, necessarily. And there's like a spectrum of like how much play there is over there. But the revelation itself, God speaking to the people of Israel, at Sinai, that is a mass public revelation that has never been repeated again. And not only that, there's actually a built-in dare in the Bible saying, ask, go challenge me in the future and see if you ever hear a story like this ever again, right? And the answer is we don't hear a story like this ever again. And we're told that there might be prophets or false prophets or people that have powers. All those are things that are said that you will witness, but what you won't witness is someone bringing up this specific story again. And lo and behold, the two other major religions are all offshoots or sister religions or daughter religions. You could decide on your definition from Judaism as well. So billions of people are all rooted in this one story. So that is already extremely, extremely curious. If you just look at the prophecies that were told and the things that came true, I would say more specifically years, then you're talking about like a rate of, of probability for that happening is sort of like astronomical. And while it's not, you could argue that it doesn't point to miraculous. I would say in every other metric, that kind of metric would be astonishing as far as like how you would hedge your bets or invest or decide how you do anything in the world based on that percentage of success, or, you would be foolish not to take it extremely, extremely seriously. Then on top of that, right, layer on top of that, the actual good it's done to the world and human flourishing. Again, you could talk about the evil that's included in religion, and I would argue that, like, misinterpretations, but how it is uplifted and, put on your Steven Pinker hat right now, saying like where the world is and where the world was. And that is very much because of religion. You could say that it's been dirtied through the prism of modernity and what the Western world means, but its core coming from Judaism has catapulted society. And I would lastly end with, and again, this is touching upon a little, well, not science, but this, just even psychologically speaking, the fact that so much of Judaism and definitely how it's expressed in the later Hasidic movement maps onto so much of psychology, of human psychology, and again, showing a very deep understanding of the human mind and soul. So all these things lead me to take the claim of divinity extremely, extremely seriously. Seriously enough where I'm willing to map my world and participate in this simulation.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's like,
I don't know if Jacob likes that though.
Like everything lines up for you. Like there's no holes in it.
Sebel of Riegel says, if you want to talk to an atheist, I can hop on. And I say to Sebel of Riegel, I deny your existence.
There is no such thing as an atheist. Feel free to hop on if you would like, but we do not believe in atheists. Sorry.
That is true. And more than that, I think the classic idea of how you would imagine an atheist, I ultimately think that's like a feature, not a bug. I think like we all grow up as children as being like idolaters, and we need to go through a phase of heresy in order to cleanse and mature with our ideas, right? We have to move away. I don't know if you've heard this term by Paul Vanderklay before, God number one and God number two. Nick?
I haven't.
Okay, so the way Paul van der Kolk explains it. There is the Tetragrammaton, right? There's God's divine name, and there's other names that God has, like Elohim, for example. Now, we could split that in simple terms into being God number one, which is the Arenic God, right? That's the God in nature. That's the philosophical God, right? One that you don't have really a relationship with. And then there's the agentic God, the God that is speaking to Abraham, that is choosing Israel, that is choosing you, the God that has a relationship with you, your father, so to speak. And I think as children, we have this a very simplistic relationship with the man in the sky. So it's with God number two. It's that agentic God, right? He's going to give me my candy on Christmas. As we get older, we get disillusioned by the man in the sky, and we take on, if anything, our relationship with God number one, the agentic, the Arenic. If anything, he's not really related to me. I'm going to be more agnostic about it in a certain sense. I believe if we go older, you need to move towards a synthesis about those things. Is once I appreciate the God, the Arenic God, I could come back and move into a relationship with the agentic God, a God that chose me, but I no longer need to see him as like a man with a white beard in the sky. Rather, it's obviously more nuanced and more complicated than that. But again, we need to be in that stage where we deconstruct a little. You just hope that's done in a safe environment.
Yeah, that sounds similar to my path. I mean, I didn't grow up religious at all, but then like started looking into like apologetics, like fine-tuning of the universe, stuff like how there's everything's pretty much subjective without a God, and then got into the different religions and all that.
Well, that's what we're doing in prayer, Nick. We mentioned this actually last night. I think we mentioned it last night in our prayer class, which is prayer is a subjective request for an objective truth, right? That we're asking God to allow us to understand more than what we could actually, what our limitations are at the end of the day. There's always an element of doubt there.
Yeah, and I think that doubt might actually be good, because sometimes I wonder, like, why doesn't God just directly reveal himself to everyone so that people would live faithfully to him? But I feel like that uncertainty like drives us to want to know him more.
Yes, and a famous example of that which is usually just the way you articulate it right now, touches on the big question with regards to hardening Pharaoh's heart, right? Like, how is God doing that, right? Why is God doing that? And the reason is because God is actually gifting free will back to Pharaoh, right? Because Pharaoh is now, people have to realize, I digress for a second, that the Egyptians were the first nation to experience the revelation of God, right? Individuals spoke to God, but as a nation, Egypt is the first nation that gets to experience God, and they get to experience his revelation. The reason they experience his revelation is because theologically they're at a very advanced place, but morally they're very corrupt, and that's why their revelation is experienced as the 10 plagues. It's horrendous. Now, once God reveals himself to you in such a way, you basically don't have free will anymore. Like, what you're saying is, why would God not just like show himself, and then it would be easy for me just to do what he wants because it's so obvious. And once that happens, right, Pharaoh obviously says, okay, obviously let the people go. How am I gonna deal with this? God says, no. I don't want you just saying let them go because now you're scared of me. I'm going to harden your heart, as in I'm going to bring you back to the place. I'm going to give you courage again to tell me what you really want if you had your full agency, if you weren't scared. And what Pharaoh really wants is to not let them go, right? So God doesn't want to just show up on Mount Sinai and tell you, do what I'm telling you to do because I'm forcing you to do so. It's overwhelming, right? The Israelites ultimately tell Moses, listen, Moses, after these 2 first commandments, we can't handle anymore. You got to tell God to stop. Like, this is way too intense for us, right? And Moses needs to be this mediator at that point, right? There's only so much that they could handle. Now, we have to realize because of that, God is constantly looking into it. We're in a dance. There's a co-creation relationship going on over here. God is allowing us, Adam, to name the animals, right? He wants us to dance with him. But in order for that to happen, we have to take on our own agency. We have to take on our own responsibility. Otherwise, we can't phase shift. Otherwise, we can't elevate and purify ourselves and make our way back to the source properly.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's good.
My view is that you always have some agency. Case in point, Solomon. He talked to God face to face, but still he had his agency, and he still didn't understand whom he was talking with. He thought he was talking to the God of the Jews, while he was talking to the God of the world. You always have the option of misunderstanding.
Yeah, and true love can't be forced. Both parties have to want the other, using their own free will. What would you say to people who are like, why doesn't God reveal himself as directly as he did in the scriptures? Like, because a lot of people, when they like hear these stories, like it just seems ancient and like made up. And now today we're more advanced, and we don't believe in those kind of made up fairy tales anymore.
What would I tell those people?
How much do you know
I
about
mean,
the transmigration of souls?
Nothing.
Have you heard of the term trans? So some people translate it as not transmigration, but reincarnation.
Reincarnation.
Although transmigration is probably more correct, but believe it or not, Jews believe in reincarnation, and the concept of reincarnation.
Some Jews.
Okay, good Jews believe in reincarnation. Orthodox Jews believe in reincarnation. Anyway,
All good Jews.
the idea of reincarnation is that to the degree that you are incapable of performing those things which your soul needed in this life, you may come back to complete the missions. It's kind of like failing a grade, right? Being held back.
As long as you're trying, you could have as many
Tries as you need.
reincarnations as necessary. If you fail, it's 3 strikes and you're out.
Well, anyway, so the idea becomes that actually at this point in history, the vast majority of us are flunkies who have been reincarnated. And so the earlier soul, we have this idea of Yeridat Hadorot. Each generation is of a lower quality. And so the idea that some people have, not everyone agrees with this, obviously Chezi has many problems with this, is that there were more miracles, there was more holiness, there was also more capacity for evil in the world in previous generations. And as you end up with more and more people who are in 12th grade for the 12th time, the quality of the miraculous in the world has been reduced. So that's one way of explaining it.
I agree to a certain extent with that. Further, I think as individuals, we might be in a lower status, but I think as like a collective, we're actually at a higher status. But Jacob and I might disagree about that. I do also agree that the Talmud alludes to this as well, that the rabbis at some point tried to completely expunge the tendency for idolatry from the world. But the result was that there was no sexual desire left in the world as well. That was a side effect. And then they realized then basically the world will be destroyed, and they sort of dialed that back. And in that sense, it's, the Torah itself is trying to take a lot of these worldly energies that are clearly there, right? You see this, we see this, again, it relates to this portion, but we take ideas like blood rituals. So the Torah says, like, we understand that this is a very powerful concept, but we're going to restrict it only to being done in the temple. And we're gonna take away this relationship that we have with nature, and we're gonna bring it all the way into just the incense offerings, or sacrifices can only be allowed to be done in the temple. And more than that, I'd even say idolatry itself, right? 2 gold cherubs are placed into the Holy of Holies, right? That's pretty whack if you think about it. God just going around saying, like, don't make yourself any mask, or don't build an idol, yet there's 2 idols in the Holy of Holies. So there's a sense where humans' relationship with these concepts need to be channeled properly. But this goes back to, again, becoming more abstract. What seemed very miraculous to some people, a lot of these things have been internalized in a certain sense. So we also we're impressed a lot. We're impressed less easily by the things that are going on. Maimonides talks about trying to imagine like a metal ship flying in the sky, right? You have planes going around today as well. So sometimes we don't stop to realize the miraculous reality we're in right now, when you and Jacob and I are all speaking on the internet. All of this is miraculous in its own way, and we don't stop to be thankful for being aware of that itself. So again, I think there's like different levels of how humans understand the reality around them. So like what would be considered miraculous, but I would say secondly, and this is a lot to do with the Jordan Peterson sphere and like the work Jordan Peterson did, was have people realize that so many of the Bible archetypes, right, are so powerful and so true. So dismissing what the Bible talks about, even from a psychological point of view, seems very very risky to me. We could then go into a separate conversation as like, what do miracles mean? But to call that narrative sort of ancient is really missing the deep gift that the Torah and the Bible has to give us, because it still reigns true today.
Yeah, and may I add something to that, Hezi?
Of course.
So I would also add that when you're talking to atheists, just remember that it's not your job to convince other people that God exists. That's God's job, right? Judaism is not an evangelical religion. If someone asks you why you believe in God, be prepared to answer them, but you don't have to go around and evangelize your faith.
Well, that's a huge part of it is the idea that we have, which is your relationship with God is your relationship with God, right? So what I tell people, and hopefully Mariano will want to speak to his experience more, but he said he's an atheist, which of course we don't believe in. But like what I say to atheists is, sincerely pray to God and say, if you exist, please reveal yourself to me. And if God doesn't reveal himself to you, then I got nothing to say to you. Like I sincerely believe Karov Hashem l'chol korav l'chol asher yikru be'emet. The Lord is close to all who call upon him, all who call upon him truly. And that's all I need to know. Like, okay, if you called upon God and he doesn't answer you, that's between you and him. That has nothing to do with me.
Also, what does answer even mean, right? You have to be having your eyes open to understand and see where God. I mean, again, we're getting it down to like a theological point right now, which is like how Maimonides sees, what does divine providence mean? How does that happen? Does that actually affect you or not? So these are debated questions like in Judaism, but ultimately, even to the extreme of Maimonides, which basically tells you that divine providence is extremely unique, but the person that the person who could achieve awareness of divine providence is only someone who is fully and properly oriented, right? Someone that's acting. I mean, this is really what a prophet is, right? A prophet is to see from above in a certain sense, and because of that, he is aware of what's going on, and because of that, there's a sense of the divine providence because you are jacked in, so to speak, right? You're seeing the green letters of the Matrix at that point. But it starts with at least like taking a red pill, which I would say the Bible is.
Yeah, no, that sounds very Christian. It almost seems a bit paradoxical to me, though, like the people who are already locked in with God and like have aligned their wills with him, they're able to see him, which makes sense, like more than the person who, I guess, isn't really seeking after God, but I feel like they're the ones that need more quote unquote help in like revelation from God to start believing in him. Or maybe he gives himself up enough for people to say yes, but maybe just
Well, look at
no.
the world you live in, Nick, today. Like, you're saying like those people are the ones that need the most help. This again has to do with the co-creation. In the Greek story, Prometheus has to steal fire from the gods to gift it to humans. In the Jewish story, or the Midrash at least, God gives Adam, tells him to take two stones and knock them together to create fire, right? Like, you're not just going to be gifted the path, so to speak, and it requires work. So if there's a person today that's seeking, and it's like, it would be great if I had, like, God was speaking more clearly to me, like, I need more help. Okay, who are your friends? Where's your environment? What are you doing? Where are you putting yourself? Like, how much are you covering yourself from hearing the signal, right? It could be God is literally trying to reach out to you, but if you're knee deep in like your mom's basement playing games and crumbs on your shirt and full of marijuana, not doing anything, it's going to be very hard for you to hear said signal. And a lot of people don't want to, move out of their, think of Abraham. Go, leave your father's house. Think of Moses. Get up, go, do something, become someone. There's this idea that when God asks Adam, where art thou, right? That is constantly reverberating through the cosmos. And Abraham is the first one to actually put his antenna up, so to speak, and answer, here I am, right? Because he made through the muck. It required him. You have to think about this also. The Midrash comes and says Abraham worked in his father's idolatry shop, right? His father had like this whole shop of idolatry, and Abraham realizes that these idols are nothing, and he smashes them, and he basically gives one idol in the shop. He puts the stick in their hand, and his father comes into the shop and says, like, what happened over here? And Abraham says, like, oh, it's this one statue over here. He smashed the other statues. And now his father knows that's not true. Now, it's interesting also what the Midrash is trying to tell us, which is having a shop of idolatry is basically saying, like, they themselves didn't even commit to one God. They're saying, like, you want Lip Ishtar, you want Baal, you want this. Sorry, go ahead. Yoav,
We're,
you
we're,
want to
we're
say something?
making Mr. Sable feel unwanted. We have to stop and let him speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see someone join. Please. I'm
Mariano, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Good. I'm just playing some Slay the Spire.
Slay the Spire.
Yeah, the second game is supposed to come out this year, so I'm excited.
Aha. How'd you find my channel?
Recommended on YouTube, and I've been keeping track for a couple of months.
You're
Wow.
famous, Jacob.
What?
You're famous.
I am. Oh my god.
That's the only reason you started this channel, in hopes of getting famous and popular.
Yep.
And get that money.
So
Gotta secure the bag.
Yeah.
I regularly talk to Christians
Mm-hmm.
or conservatives in general,
Mm-hmm.
and the topics I like to usually talk about are topics like gender, well, queer identity in of itself, but we could do a more casual conversation like gaming, because I like gaming.
So why do you like to talk to Christians and conservatives about queer identity?
Because I'm a queer person myself.
Okay. So why do you like to talk to Christians or conservatives about queer identity?
Because I find it interesting, especially those who have no idea about us in general.
Okay. What do you want people to know about you in general?
That we exist, and it's just a neutral thing to be queer. And trans people are neutral.
Neutral. Okay. So I think, I mean, as far as the first part, I think you realize that, like, conservative people realize queer people exist, right?
Yes, but they don't like it.
That's, I would say, that's probably true. Yeah, most of them don't. Does that matter to you?
Well, yes, I think it does, because they're probably uneducated when it comes to who we are. They just assume that queer people in of itself is problematic when that's not the case.
Okay. So you're kind of evangelizing.
I'll note something interesting though, Jacob. I don't know how you're gonna react to this. Well, first of all, let me take it back. Sable, I think it's thank you for joining, and I just wanna, I think it's requires bravery to express yourself in today's world that way. So number one, way to go. So I hope you feel seen and heard, at least for this very moment. Number two, Jacob was talking about reincarnation. I would say first, in reincarnation, and the little I remember from it, from Shar Hagil Gulim, the book of the Gate of Reincarnations. Women have less reincarnations because they're more pure, but there are times because the human soul includes all, and that's why it also includes its feminine and male elements to it. There are reincarnations where you come back, right? You could be in one world or one version be a male, and in another reincarnation you could come back as a female as well. And maybe perhaps that would be an opening for some sort of discussion within, it's specifically within Judaism, which is how, and this is more to do with like the Kabbalah traditions, with understanding how a person could feel inside. Like the idea of gender dysphoria doesn't necessarily need to be looked at as a trigger word like a mental illness, but potentially sometimes something deeper, speaking about someone's soul who is in conflict with their body in that sense. But what the ramifications are for that spiritually and from a policy perspective, could be different as well. I'm just noting that.
All right. I don't believe in reincarnation, but I guess I see your point.
Okay, message to Chazi. If I presented you with an elephant, and if it was kosher, and if it was properly butchered, you would have swallowed it all.
If it's kosher,
I think what Yoav is saying is you may believe more things. Wow, Chris, are you alive? You don't believe in reincarnation this time. Last round
Right.
we did.
that's true.
Grizz, you should jump on. It's been a long time since we've talked.
Sable, aside from, I mean, you could speak about gaming, which I mean, maybe Jacob knows more about that. I haven't gamed in, I don't know, 25 years. But what else? You said you've been tracking Jacob's channel for a while right now. What else has caught your interest?
Well, I've been talking to multiple other Christian and conservative channels, like Making Hell Nervous, but they don't deserve a shout out. They're just bigots, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Is that what
I'm
you?
not a big
Is
fan
that,
of
is that what
bigotry.
you? Is that what you found? Generally, the response being like people not here. First of all, are people being polite and creating a space, even if you find their conclusions bigoted, or do you feel like even the attitude is very harsh as well?
Very harsh as well. They will say, "Oh, being gay is a delusion, and you're living in this delusion for being this way," even though science says otherwise.
But even that claim, is that being said in an aggressive and hateful manner, or is that being said with love, even if you believe that is incorrect?
I would say it's more passive aggressive.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just important to differentiate between two of those things, because obviously we could agree that someone has the wrong opinion, but if it's coming from, at least they're trying to attempt to coming from a place of honesty and good faith, we have to give credit where credit's due. But if for the experience of bigoted and hateful comments on behalf of humanity, I am very, very sorry. We are a complicated people. And definitely if you're young, and definitely if you have a religious mind frame that you're looking through, it's sometimes very confusing and challenging. So you also have to realize, which is hard for you because I'm sure you've been dealing with your own, you've been dealing with this your whole life. You have to realize that people could be very ignorant, and people could also be very scared of new things. This is a little different. But in my community, there's an egalitarian synagogue, from an Orthodox perspective. There are some issues with such a thing, and I was speaking to one of my female friends that runs this egalitarian synagogue and service, and I told her that she needs to realize that she's doing this for her children or grandchildren. And I told her that you have to also be aware and sensitive to the fact that something new like this, even if you are correct and you will ultimately be vindicated, it's just scary for a lot of people to take on things like this. So even if, again, I might disagree with you with let's say your with your positions, let's say with regards to queer ideology or downstream from that policy.
Chazi.
Yeah.
Mariano actually hasn't said very much. So
go ahead. He's welcome to speak.
Instead of disagreeing with him, how about we let him actually say some stuff and find out if we disagree. Grim, how you doing? Are you going to give us some saving throws?
No, but
What's up, GG?
let the fella talk. I don't want to step on that.
Mariano,
Okay.
tell us.
Okay, I for one believe that children, no matter how young, if they're adolescents or not, just anywhere near the maturity age, should be able to learn about queer identities that we do indeed exist.
Mhm.
I actually only learned about queer identities when I was around 8, but it was during the "I'm gay" meme. That was just dunking on gay people. The internet at the time was not pleasant for queer folk in general. So
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 20.
Okay. So it's about 12 years ago. Okay.
And it only took till my like teenager years that I actually became educated on queer identities. Like of course I probably didn't learn much about trans people. I focused on my own identity. I learned I was gay, and I came out to my parents. They accepted me, and then the next year I came out to my youth group. Then eventually I just came out on every single social media app I am on. I just like being open personally.
Mm-hmm. So your parents were very accepting.
Yep, they were. Though they did ask if I was in a relationship, and that felt kind of indecent since I have never been in a relationship before.
Okay.
And
How
so
old are you?
Huh?
How old were you when you told them?
Well, it was in 2020, so
15?
yeah, around 15-ish.
Mm-hmm. Was their reaction what you expected?
Well, I was expecting them to be accepting. It's just I did not expect them to like put me on the spot and say, "Oh, are you in a relationship with another guy?"
Uh-huh.
I mean, of course, I feel like I can be in a relationship. It just hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
They were probably concerned the dirty old man was taking advantage of you.
Well, thankfully, that did not occur for me.
Do you think that's what they were concerned about?
No, I think they were just curious. I mean,
Yeah.
I knew I was online since like age 8, so I knew online safety, of course, and
Right.
I think I would have been.
I don't know what any of that means. Could you spell that out for us ignorant folk?
What, internet safety?
No, that's aligned since you were 8, whatever that.
Online.
Yeah, so he was aware of online safety.
So he wasn't getting suckered into Roblox stuff.
I was playing Roblox then, but I honestly I just played the games. I did not do it for the chat interaction.
Mm-hmm.
In Roblox right now, they think that predators are a profit. That's what they said. Oh, we can use predators in order to gain more money. So yeah, capitalism fails once again.
So feel free to tell us it's none of our business, but and especially me. But I'm wondering, like, were you raised in a conservative environment? Did you know many conservatives? Were your parents Christians? Do you know very many Christians?
I grew up Christian Reformed, and my church was pretty accepting, I would say. We've even had a trans woman attended our service, but I think she was eventually kicked out due to her drug abuse. But honestly, I think we were just too harsh on her. And my dad describes himself as apolitical. My mom is leftist, I'd say. and leftist is further left than liberal. Like, if you ask her if she was Antifa, she would say yes.
Okay. So, do you identify with her politics?
Yeah, but I think I'm way more inclined in politics than her. I watch this political streamer. Well, I watch multiple political streamers every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And I do some research, like on the word woke. I love that word. It's AAVE, African American Vocabulary Ebonomics or something. I forgot the full.
Okay.
I did not memorize the abbreviation, but it's just interesting to learn about all this stuff. And I think that my involvement in politics helped me enjoy political things in fictional worlds way more. Like, as a kid, I always thought I did not want to engage in politics at all, but here I am.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hold on. I'm on a mission. When I found this stream on X on the X platform, there was something along the lines of talking to Christian YouTube types and getting irritated because they thought you were delusional regarding the homosexuality thing. And I just wanted to say that most of the people that have a problem with it don't see it, but it comes back to Genesis and the enmity between the serpent and the womb, and also the seed metaphor, where like sometimes the seed falls on good ground and sometimes it falls on fallow ground, and except instead of seed it's semen, and that so there's biblically deep issues with the concept of like wantingly not being non-productive, particularly of children. So that's the religious issue, whether or not they have gotten to the root of it or not.
Well, I personally think that not everyone needs to reproduce. And I, for one, do not want children. Even if men could biologically have children, I would not want any.
Because
I like being on my own.
yeah,
I don't think
it's great the
like-
first 3 decades, bro, but then it gets kind of weird. Gosh.
Well, taking care of children is hard work, and I do not want to engage in that work either.
Do you have siblings?
I have an older sister and 2 nephews.
Okay. Do you take care of your nephews?
I'm gonna be honest. I try my best, but probably falls on the no side of things.
Uh-huh. I don't know. I always like taking care of my nephews. But that's me.
I can
Like,
tell
when it
you
comes-
as a father of 3, it is the most challenging and the most rewarding thing in the world. But I understand that's a difficult it's difficult to comprehend, or it's at least it's difficult to imagine.
Well, I kind of want to use my free time on my own to like party and stuff.
Well, that has to do again with our orientation. I mean, and you mentioned as being an atheist, it has to do with our orientation in the world. What Grim was talking about actually has a deep resonance to it, which is, the idea of, again, from a religious or biblical perspective, the issue with, let's say, homosexuality is, it's not the denial that the love is real between the same-sex people. It's more about we are being requested, and this is also why incest is prohibited as well. We are instructed to see the other, to go out of our circle. There is an ego element to it, which is like, I want to stay with myself, or I want to very much, I want to stay with myself. That's being alone. The closest thing to that is at the very least staying with someone that is like me, which would be, let's say, same sex in that sense, which is pointing at to something that is not as productive. Again, I'm not challenging the emotions or the feelings that could be very real, but it's not productive from a religious point of view for populating the world and, rectifying the world as well. So that's why there's sometimes pushback against that tendency.
I can see the the religious point of view, even if I do not agree with it at all, nor do I see eye to eye with it.
Yeah. And if I may, well, it's perfectly fine to have a different opinion from other people on any sort of political issue. I mean, I guess not any sort of political issue. It's wrong to be a fascist or a communist. If as long as people are not trying to impose their will on you, what difference does it make to you? So, like, for example, if someone's conservative and homophobic, well, you can say that's bad and fine, that's bad, and as long as they're not trying to legislate laws, why spend your time arguing with them?
I just find it fine.
Okay. I mean, do you have any sort of sources of meaning in your life, like career or hobbies?
My hobby is gaming. I have lots and lots of games. I have 630 hours in Baldur's Gate 3 alone.
Okay.
Wow. We had yesterday. I sat down with the family. We had like this workshop paper that workshop that my son in third grade was brought home, and the idea was we got these little cups of like chocolate milk, and the idea was to sit down and have a discussion. There's a questionnaire of screen time. So it's just funny to point out, like, different worlds we live in. But so I had to write out, okay, so like our, on what social media apps are you on? So there's like Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. So there's like one in the house, which is just the only thing we're on is WhatsApp. There's no screen time besides Friday. There's no computer games. So my son, we finished this very, very quickly. And it was interesting. Just like I always think about that. Like my sons play it's my older son, my 10-year-old son, soon to be 11, has maybe played like Roblox, I don't know, 4 times. Has no engagement with computers or screens almost at all. No phone. I don't know. Do you feel like the games have been productive? I'm not saying that they're not fun. Do you feel like they've been productive for you?
There's more I want to do, but I do have fun with them.
600 hours worth of fun.
Oh, I'd say my lifetime hours is like 50,000.
Right. So think for a moment how many things you could have mastered during that time. Different languages, different knowledge out there. I'm saying you're getting to this age right now where, the world is your oyster, so to speak. You're single, as you're saying, and you want to stay single, or at least you don't have children right now. So you do have more time, which you could use for playing, but you have more time to doing like really anything you want. So then there's this sense of responsibility, which is, what should you be doing now that you have all this time? What should you be doing with this time?
Well, I like going on walks, but the weather has been bad lately.
What if life is just about maximizing happiness?
True.
What if it's just subjective to each person?
I would argue, again, back to the biblical conversation we were having earlier, Nick, which is like the patterns of the Bible seem to be very, very true with regards to the meaning that people look for in life. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Jacob knows better than me about the research, considering the fact that Jacob is a mental health professional. What does the research show about the happiness rate of people participating in what we would consider today how people use their social time, whether it be on apps, social media. So I from what I understand, like what people elect to do, what they say is fun, has created an increase of 90% in teen girl suicide attempts.
Right. So I was going to mention the gender difference is huge, right? So males often play games and often play team games and make friends, and that's fine. Whereas girls or young women tend to idealize their own relationships and other people's relationships and get a very unrealistic view, which causes anxiety and depression. And it depends how you use it, right? So, for some people, using the internet can be a good way of finding people who are similar and sharing yourself and getting to know other people and make friends. And if you're doing cooperative things, like some people, on Minecraft, Minecraft, like they'll create these huge worlds together and stuff, and that can be a beautiful thing, right? But if you're sitting there and you're watching other people live their lives, and you have a lot of fear of missing out, and you have a lot of anxiety about whether you measure up to other people, then that can be very miserable. So it depends.
I actually took a break from Twitter because it got so toxic.
Good. That's good. Are you in school?
I am not.
You are not. Do you work?
I also do not, but I want to work eventually.
What kind of work do you want to do?
Oh, I'm fine with anything.
So, are you applying for jobs or anything like that?
Well, the person I live with, well, my mom wants me to get my GED first before I get a job.
Mm-hmm. That seems like a good way forward. Are you working on your GED?
I have not been focused for like 2 years.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like. I mean, you seem pretty smart. I'm wondering why you're having trouble with a GED.
Yes, we are.
You should.
Well, I like
your
writing.
mic
I
is
like
on.
math. I would probably
Make
do well
sure
on
so.
it.
You were
Think of
saying?
what you could. I mean, think what you could still manifest into. Like if you're thinking about Pokemons, you're still like in get to your Charizard level, buddy. Like you're still in this other position. You gotta get out there. You gotta seek adventure. That's the only way you're gonna evolve.
Well, I like writing and math. Those are my two favorite topics.
Okay. So, I mean, have you signed up for the GED courses at all?
The last time I took them was a practice test in 2023-ish.
Okay.
And I did well on my writing and math tests. I just didn't do the rest of them.
What's the rest of them?
I think science is one of them.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure.
You don't like science?
I really liked it during like the first term, in high school. I got really into it, and now I'm just kind of out of it. I probably need to take some tests, research, learn, and educate myself.
Yeah, I mean, it
Maybe-
sounds like you're big on education and educating other people and getting educated.
And we established that there's many hours that we could maybe siphon some of those gaming hours, just an hour or two a day. We could siphon them for phase shifting.
Well, here's the thing. I have not been gaming that much lately. I've been
Okay.
taking breaks.
Good. Yeah. You don't have to tell me, but around what area do you live in?
I live in a blue state.
Okay. Well, that narrows it down to. I meant more along the lines of weather. Like you said, the weather hasn't been nice outside.
It's been rainy lately.
So you're in Los Angeles. We should meet up.
How do you think this conversation has been going so far? Is this what you were expected with regards to the interaction? Is this the similar or different than your usual interactions?
Well, the time before that, I talked to this Christian guy, and he just did not listen to anything I said. He completely ignored my points, and yeah, that's kind of the norm for these. So
Yeah, we're
Better
used
than
to
that.
Christians being Christian, but that's okay. I'm joking.
No, that conversation was crazy. He would just disassociate with anything I said. Oh, I was like, oh, trans children exist, and I give evidence, like tell them how the process works with transitioning, and he would be all like, oh, like he would just ignore my point, and he'd just say, oh, well, it's trans children don't exist, even though I have brought up the process of those things.
Well, I mean, so like Chazi said, I'm actually a mental health worker. So I do work with people with different gender identities and different sexual orientations and stuff. So I'm pretty well aware of a lot of things and a lot of this stuff, but I never assume that there's nothing somebody else can't teach me, because I have made mistakes before in my life, once or twice. That was a joke. But the big thing that I think a lot of people miss is that, I mean, I'm not a Christian, but when Jesus was asked, what is the greatest commandment, he gave the most Jewish answer in the world, which is the first one is the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your might. And the second one is like it. You should love your neighbor as yourself. And this is also what Jews believe in. But a lot of people don't understand what it means to love other people like you love yourself. First of all, you have to love yourself, which a lot of people really don't do. And the second part of that is when you are talking to somebody, you should actually listen to them, because when you speak, you want other people to hear what you're saying. And when other people speak, they want us to hear what they are saying. And I think that's really, really important, right? That's why I tried very hard to make sure you had a chance to say what you want to say.
Well, the thing with that conversation as well is that it was not a conversation. He was trying over and over again to turn it into an argument. I do not want to argue with you. That's where I stand. I just want to have a nice, respectful conversation.
So I wonder why you specifically go and look for Christians and conservatives to talk to.
Well, it's just a thing that chatters do in Actual Jake's Discord server. If you don't know Actual Jake, he's an anti-theist, and I think he's really cool, even though he can be a little too harsh at times.
Actual Jake. I have not heard of Actual Jake.
Oh, I have in mine in the background at 10% volume.
Actual Jake. Let's see.
I gotta head out, but it was nice talking with you, Jacob. I'll be back whether you want me back or not. So I'll talk
You
to
are welcome back as long as you have a girlfriend before you come back.
Awesome. I'll try my best.
Good job. Actual Jake. Okay. Clips and highlights on Twitch.
He's currently live watching Dave.
How come it's his YouTube isn't live? Is he
He's only live on Twitch. Yeah,
He's
Twitch.
live on Twitch. Just
he
1
watches-
second. Actual Jake's content is intended for certain audiences. It may contain politics and sensitive social issues, drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use. This content may not be appropriate for you to watch.
Well, he does he does roll up marijuana on stream.
Marijuana?
Like, that's the only thing I can name. Like, besides the guy that he watches from time to time, Dave. Dave is an avid alcoholic.
Alcohol and marijuana? Shocking. Shocking.
But yeah, Jake is a leftist.
God have
And-
mercy.
And he loves doing a bingo on this one guy.
Bingo?
Who
What's
does-
bingo?
Huh?
What do you mean he likes doing bingo on this one guy? What does that mean?
So there's this guy named Dave. He's the avid alcoholic I was talking about. And
Okay.
he says he's an atheist, but he uses terms like, oh, my God was stronger than your God, and many other things. He also is racist
Mm.
and transphobic and homophobic. He uses the F slur a lot.
Okay.
Like, okay, just the epitome of being a bad human being. That's what Dave is.
Okay.
And
Sounds like a wonderful guy. Yeah.
yes, he's a locale, basically. A locale is someone who is used to make content online. Like someone
I
like
heard about this. I had a lolcow come onto my channel a little while ago. Yeah.
yeah, that Dave is a locale because he provides.
Have you
content
heard
for
of
people.
Ben Thorpe? I think his name is.
Oh my gosh! Don't get me started on him. That guy.
He
molested
came on
his
my
own-
channel.
Yeah, he molested his own daughter and admitted to it. Like,
I
on
don't
stream.
think he actually did, but yeah. I
No,
did I did some psychoanalysis on him and his daughter.
We were watching. So Raptor Blue, also a Twitch streamer, he's a classical Black Panther, and he talked to to Ben Thorpe's daughter, and
Yeah.
the conversation was terrible. Like, I was telling this one guy to just hop off the conversation because her chat was being racist to him. She
Mhm.
allowed the racism, and she was also saying racist things to him, like, "Oh, you're black, so you should be against abortion." No, like, abortion is a thing that exists based on the economic standpoints of the community, and because the Black community uses it, we can assume that the economics there are pretty bad, and maybe we should funnel more money into that community. Like, it's just
Do you know who Margaret Sanger was?
I do not. I do not keep track with locales.
No, Margaret Sanger was she was the founder of Planned Parenthood. She was a very, very racist eugenicist who thought that abortion was a good way of keeping there from being too many black people in the world.
Well, despite the origins that might come from that, I think
Yeah.
abortion is still a useful tool for a lot of women.
We can talk about this later. But it is getting kind of late. You are welcome to hang around here if you would like. I have a Discord server, which you're welcome to join if you would like. We have, I have just chatting streams on a regular basis. And there's a Bible study tomorrow at 10 o'clock East Pacific time. And there's various things on my channel. So if you've, what exactly on my channel have you liked or not liked?
I kind of just see you pop up on the subscriptions of my alt account and just kind of just ignore it, looking for sometimes worse people.
Okay. Worse than me? How'd you find somebody worse than me?
So I found a conservative who just would not want to talk about Charlie Kirk and his problematic views. Like that crazy. He compared Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King Jr. Even though Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I think Charlie Kirk was a much better person than Martin Luther King Jr.
No, not that long shot. Like it sounds to me like you don't know much about the personal life of Martin Luther King Jr., but that's fine. Anyway, you're welcome if you want to talk more, but honestly, it's getting late and we've been going for 4.5 hours. Like I said, there's a link to my Discord server below, and I am going to say goodnight, people. Oh, before I forget, new branding I got.
I'm not sure who Fatarecci is. I can't tell.
I'm going to use host's prerogative to put the Reverend Parcells to bed because he does need to get up in the morning.
Sorry, Reverend. Thank you.
But before he goes, I have a question. Let's say, God forbid, that I were to burn somebody at the stake for not being a Trinitarian. And I did not repent of that. Is that a salvation issue?
Sometimes Jacob takes that devil's advocate thing too
Isn't there
far.
a proverb that says something like, "Don't answer a fool according to his folly."
But there's a proverb that says, "Answer a fool according to his folly."
There is. Exactly right. I'm going to leave it to you guys to determine, which of those was applicable in this situation as I go. So, but anyhow, good.
Thank you, Reverend.
Good to
Thank
chat
you.
with you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
The